Please go ahead.
Oh no, maybe you'll say a
Yes,
few
sir. So we want to welcome once to another edition of Rastafari Reasoning. We did a part one of the Constitution last 2 weeks, and then it requires that we continue to seal up some of the consensus raised. So we have Daddy B again, our president of the Rastafari Council, to lead us through this conversation. So, my lord, I want to invite you to take over, please.
Give thanks, and greetings, one and all. Welcome to today's session. 2 weeks ago, we commenced this exercise and we looked at the current constitution and the proposed amendments. And we shared a few thoughts that Seven Fireside has put in the proposed amended constitution. And I believe, Royal, that's the one you shared, right?
Yes, Ras. Yes,
Good.
please.
So, like Prof. Wiro said the last time, a constitutional review is something that requires some in-depth study. So I want to believe that I has had an opportunity to go through the document as shared, and I will invite Seven Fireside to take us through the particular, what you call it, corrections or input that was made on the proposed amendment. And I believe that will lead us into a discussion for today. So, Seven, if you're ready, you can take it away. Give thanks.
Give thanks. The key things that I picked up from what brethren brought up the other day, that I apologize, I didn't highlight those parts in the document, so I just have to look at the notes. Yes, okay, so some key things were we're looking at the advocacy commission's role. And it looks like there was supposed to be a modification there as far as the functions. That's one thing I picked up. I think I heard someone mention something about that. So please give me a second. Let me pull that up. Okay, so basically the note was the advocacy commission's actual functions, right? And one thing that came up, that we had to make it clear that it was liaising with the government and the media, making that concrete, right? One thing that was added also was we're trying to advance. We have to advance the RCG's policies, which is something that I'd love very much for us to discuss, because it looks like that's going to anchor what we're doing, like what are our policies. So it's something that we threw into every part of the reasoning, you know, every part of the functions, you know, tying the roles into specific goals that are determined by the RCG's policies, which today we have to clarify. There was a thing about the fundraising. I think Jah Beloved intervened when we talked about sources, and he made a very good point about being explicit, very clear on the sources of funding, because we don't want to engage with some a unit that that gives us the money and wants us to do something that doesn't align with our principles. And again, it goes back to policies. There was the idea of the Council of Elders. that Mancha brought up, that it be brought up. And that one is in there now. We try to flesh it out a little bit, made up of elders whose tenure could be fixed or for a lifetime. Yeah, and if we're able to go through it, there are a few maybe a few more elements that we added to that. I was assuming, I worked with the assumption that the Council of Elders could be thought of in the same way as the patrons for the most part. But I think we can, if necessary, we can distinguish. I didn't make any mention of that in there, but I know Mancha said that too, that we should consider the idea of patrons. So if necessary, if people agree on that, we can throw that in today. And then, so it's a point about the treasurer being left out on whether was the financial secretary going to be the treasurer. And I think the idea, the decision made was there would be a financial secretary and there'll be a treasurer, because the treasurer, here's Ruff Ringo, has an accounting background, and he's well situated to handle that position, and he's going to work alongside the financial secretary, which I think has been decided upon, right? So those are the key elements that I put in there. Someone saying something?
Yeah, I wanted a clarification there.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we're going to have a financial secretary who will be playing the treasurer's role as well, if I understand.
No, rather they're going to have two people in that position. I mean, in the what do we call it? Economics Commission, right? Working with as the leaders or the functionaries of that. Yeah.
I want us to stay on, I think what you're discussing now is the executive committee.
No, I'm actually talking about the Economics Commission or the Financial Economics Commission, the leadership.
Okay. But before we go there, I thought we needed to clarify the executive committee. That's where you have the financial secretary. And I'm asking, will that person play the role of treasurer before we even go into the commissions?
Well, honestly, I'll defer to you and those on the ground, how it works based on your concept of what we're doing, because you know better based on experience and how things actually work in your interactions, right? How we want to trim off what we don't need, right? And at the same time, have both roles being positively fulfilled, So I'll defer to you here. You tell us, what do you want?
So usually the financial secretary plays the treasurer's role.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think I'll open it up for members to contribute, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to build an organization that is operating on best practices. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
So yes, this is where we are. This is the capacity we have, but we're building something so that tomorrow we know it can stand the test of time. So beloved brethren, any views on this?
Yes, I give thanks. I think I want to come in, if that's okay.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yes,
yeah, I think give thanks, Idem. I think considering the fact that when it comes to committed manpower, we seem to have a challenge. I would second the idea of combining the roles of the financial secretary and the treasurer, and have one person man those affairs, and so that there is one voice, so to speak. Because sometimes if we have a separate, I don't know if we are at the level where we can have a separate financial secretary from a treasurer. I don't. From where I stand, I think that we are a little bit lacking in terms of that kind of manpower.
Sure.
So if we can have one person play both roles. I think that'll be great for the start. And then later on, if we figure, say, things have improved and our manpower is strong enough for us to have those roles bifurcated, then yes, we can do that as well. But for right now, I think say that merger will be great.
Cool. So, Russ, Kofi, what do you think?
Give thanks. So on the grounds, we have a treasurer where we say some maybe I don't know if he be in, the fee. If he be in where sometimes you need help or it be like, some reporting and some there might be delays. So I think the situation is that the B had to appoint a deputy treasurer.
Okay.
Yeah, and so if one person can do that, cool. I don't know if, for me, my understanding is that we have to appoint a deputy treasurer because the current treasurer may be some part of his duties, the fee, whether time or something, the fee allow him discharge. So the perception is that the deputy go deal with it. Those things that go fee deal with it. So I was presuming then if there is a space for treasurer, finance secretary, then instead of treasurer, deputy treasurer, the both of them can, one be treasurer, one be finance. But again, if it's an issue where the current treasurer may need, because now money goes into most of the money goes into the accounts and what have you. It's not about treasurer keeping money. So what we need mostly is the records. So a financial secretary availing the records. So if we say for manpower purposes, one person for man that office, I agree. Say, we don't get the numbers. But who go fee assume that office? I think that would be the next stage of discussion. Yeah. So yes, please, my thoughts.
Give thanks. Yes, Jamalcolm, what be your thoughts? Well, if it's not available, Daddy B, based on what we've heard so far,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, Jamal can come through.
Yes, sorry, I'm still on the road. Yes, so I was caught up a bit. Yeah. So it depends on how the present scenario as painted by Raskovi Asante. So if the assistant and the substantive one, they are collaborating well, then I think we can still maintain that kind of model because from the layout, it indicates that the substantive financial secretary is overwhelmed. So the assistant one doubles up so that they can fill the pothole and the gaps. So if the present situation is working perfectly, then maybe we can consolidate it. Then it can fit into the model that Elder Seven was proposing of the financial secretary and also a treasurer because it looks like the rules need a lot of hands. And if we have that particular model right now with an assistant and a substantive, and they are combining perfectly and filling gaps, then let's maintain it.
Okay. So the question is, I was speaking from a place where I didn't know how they were functioning. So maybe Daddy B, where you there some advantage you go fit tell. Bear in mind what Prof. Wiro has said about a shortage of hands to an efficiency, right? Because we don't want bureaucracy too, right? Where somebody know days, so we know if you do something. Sometimes when you have one person where if you make decisions, where you don't need to go through so many hoops, it'll help, right? So Daddy B, please, It's like following what Jamalcolm has told us. What do you think? Are they working together? Are they working together at this point, or do you think that we have some redundancy there?
So give thanks. What it is currently we have what you call it, the treasurer, Rough Ringo. And going forward, what I would suggest is the administrator handles some of the duties a financial secretary would perform. Because some of these duties are maintaining day-to-day records and things like that. So that we would have the financial secretary stroke treasurer, and then we would have the admin ensuring that proper records of financial transactions are kept in collaboration or in coordination with the financial secretary stroke treasurer. Because like Prof said, manpower is a challenge. And so we have to, as much as possible, leverage what we have to create the effectiveness we need. And then as we develop and build capacities, if we figure that we need to have distinct persons playing the financial secretary role and the treasurer role, then we can do that. But for now, I think I'll go with the suggestion that we have a treasurer who can play the financial secretary role and then work with the administrator. Give thanks.
Is it clear? Maybe that'd be for clarify something small for. I mean, can you just lay it out a little better? Maybe you don't need to mention names, but what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're still going to have two people in that role, or are you saying that we're going to have the treasurer there who's like working with the administrator? Administrator is not part of that department. Is that what you're saying? Manche.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Sorry.
Cool.
As it's said here, the financial secretary is to receive receipt and deposit all RCG funds within 24 hours and then make disbursements on executive committee orders and then prepare the monthly financial report and, as it is, the annual report. So
Cool.
basically, that is the duty the treasurer is performing now.
Okay, so where does the administrator come in?
Good. Now, you remember Royal was talking about maybe delays in reports and things. If you look at the administrator's role, he is to monitor and ensure smooth coordination of executive activities.
Mm-hmm.
Or I would add the day-to-day, what you call it, functioning of the council.
Okay.
So that is where his coordination with the finance people or the financial secretary comes in.
Cool. So maybe what we have to firm now is who's the financial secretary going to be? If the person in charge cannot function all the time and we can, or he's not functioning at the level at which we want, which would help the collective. Do you want to maybe reorient him, or get someone else to do that perform that function?
What it is Ringo is coming along. He's
Okay.
coming along. Yeah.
So keeping that, right?
If there's no objection to that.
Cool. Yeah. What Reverend the think though?
Yeah, can I come in, please?
Yes, sir.
I think that, whoever is in that role has to be committed, right? In other words, the person cannot be doing the thing when it's convenient. You have to be on it. And by that, I mean that, we're living in a world where we can make this very, very smooth and simple. If the thing is that within 24 hours, deposits have to be made into the account, we can make the administrators work very easy. The person who's the treasurer can simply, whatever deposit that person make into the account, just take a screenshot, send it to the administrator. Administrator confirms that it's in the account, job done, right? At the end of the month, you put all the transactions you've made together, submit your report, work done. But that person needs to be committed to making sure that things function as stated in the Constitution. So I'm saying that, a name has been mentioned, and I'm not I'm not in opposition or favor to whoever is in that role, but whoever is in that role has to understand that basically maybe what the approach that has been used in the past cannot be the same moving forward. So like somebody, I think I think you use the word reorient, that will have to happen for the person to know that this is not like back in the day when we used to use ledger, where you for go sit down and do the debits and credits and rule your lines and everything. Right now, electronically, we can make that happen very simply. So it's all a matter of commitment. Is that person committed enough to be able to make sure that it happens in that manner? Isis.
Daddy B, we okay with that?
Yes, go on.
I think what he said, what Prof just said, goes for all of us, really.
Yes,
if we're going to take any of these roles, we have to think of it that way, keeping promises, understanding, why we are doing this, so it doesn't become, I do it when I can or something like that, Yeah. Yeah, so Press, so next item you want to look at is what?
Now proceed.
Okay.
Proceed as you are going.
So actually, I was looking at the various suggestions that came up that day, right? So are you saying we should look at each role first? Because I think I touched on every thing that I noted that I put into it, So now let's think like we have something we're working with now. So is there any way you want to direct our attention? And let's talk through that.
I observed that the chairman has to be on all the commissions, and I wanted us to discuss that.
Cool. Okay, so thank you for catching that one. So I noticed that there was an issue with the words of some of the words I use. So precedent is what I mean what sometimes when the chairperson thing was used, right? So for each commission, the chair of that commission is what I was referencing. We were referencing when we said, so when you go to advocacy, the chair of the advocacy.
Awesome.
So it has to be distinguished from, I think the better term to use for the one in your role, the chief executive, so to speak, should be president.
Right.
I think that's what we should do. So that there'll be some some clarity about that. So yeah, I'm just changing that right now. That works, right? Does it work?
Yes,
Does it work
sir.
for everyone?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yes.
And the Council of Elders, I propose that that be different from the patrons.
Okay.
The Council of Elders would be elderly races, and the patrons will be people who may not be Rastafari.
Okay.
You know, like we're saying, currently we're considering Neo Sabu, the Soto Manche, as a patron because he's been very supportive. I mean, he's the one who brought the idea that just like they have Zongo chief and all those chiefs in the Ga communities, it would be great to have a Rastafari chief, you know. Yeah. So somebody like that could be a patron.
Cool.
You know,
How
some
do people
other
feel?
person,
Yeah.
some other person, make a finish, please.
Please,
Some other
yeah.
person like that who I realize that is sympathetic to Rastafari, you know, reasons are along our lines. Another person who comes to mind is Nana Kwabran Ketia, the sixth, the Manhini of Isikado. He actually delivered the keynote address at the first National Rastafari Conference we held at Musiga. You know, so persons like this could be patrons.
Okay.
Distinct from the, what you call it, Council of Elders.
Okay. Cool. And can you just home in on some specific thing we want them to stand for? What they've done is what they've done without specifying what they should do, right? Or what we expect of them, right?
Right.
But let's say if you have to customize the meaning of patron in this context, how would we talk to them? How would we say, okay, come be patrons so that this? What do you expect a patron to do specifically on your terms, on the house's, on the organization's terms?
That's a good question. That's a very good question. Because what you call it, the Council of Elders would normally be playing advisory roles. The patrons could also be advisory, and then also in the area of fundraising, for example, a patron might say, okay, go and talk to that man. I'll give him a call before you meet him. You know, that's one of the things a patron could do in addition to playing advisory roles.
Cool.
And then also, a patron gives some sort of credibility. Not that I not that I need credibility. Do you understand? But having, let's say, Utumfo as a patron of the Rastafari Council Ghana, that alone is significant. And then, like I said earlier, in the area of fundraising, it would be practical or possible for a patron to, you know, pave way for fundraising activities. So these are my thoughts, my off there.
Excellent. I think that's what they do in general, you know. But it'd be great to hear that the house on this. You know, anything that you think we could consider and throw in there as you know, what should be the terms of engagement with patrons.
I second the idea of having the distinction between the patrons and the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders being more immediate to the Rastafari community, and the patrons being more of kind of like as needs be, whereas the Council of Elders will be more of who we go to immediately if we need some kind of advice. But if the advice needs external buffers, then maybe we can resort to the patrons. But I think that the patrons will also be, as Daddy Bosco said, it's a good idea to have the patrons also see their role as supportive, and that support comes also through activities such as fundraising. So I think that having those distinct roles is a good idea. I support what Daddy Bosco said.
And you're looking at fundraising, and that's like secondary advisory roles,
right?
Sort of. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So, any other inputs, brethren?
Rasta, if you ask question where nobody they talk anything, let's just
Make we move, right?
Yeah,
sometimes maybe somebody in team mute where they talk on.
Yeah, that one too.
So we go way small. Then if we know work, then we move on.
True.
Yeah. So next item. What be the next item you want us to pay attention to, Daddy B, please? I was thinking we could start taking it from top, like right now we know the preamble is clear, right? I think it's something we can all do we have to talk about what's in the preamble and flesh it out, let their meaning settle with us? And then we go into objectives and just quickly go through it. If there's something, can we go about it like that? Or because
that's a good idea. Actually,
yes.
in my notes, that's what I have written after these things I've said. What you call it, the only thing here that I've been said is national organizer.
Okay.
Here we have organizing secretary.
Okay. What are you here? What are you seeing for that role? What are you envisioning? What do you want to name it, and what kind of functions do you want them to perform?
No. What you call it? Basically, the duty is the same. Coordinating all meetings, collaborating with commissions on event organization and thing. Yeah, it is.
Okay. But are you saying we got national organizer somewhere?
No, I'm saying currently what we have is national organizer.
Oh, okay.
So I'm asking, do we need to maintain it or replace it with organizing secretary?
Oh, okay.
That's a question for the floor.
Sure.
But maybe while we're pondering, we can take it from the top.
Okay.
Take it from the top, and then if there are any suggestions for what is here, we will take them. Otherwise, then by the time we go to the end, the assumption would be that it would be ready to pass on.
Thanks. So the preamble, we're trying to anchor it in basically His Majesty's agenda straight. That's what we're doing. And we know His Majesty either do global straight, right? So and Africa, we look at Africa in terms of the global Africa. So we have our shared responsibility to advance the unity, liberation, and development of Black or African-derived people globally. Basically, yes, we're looking at His Majesty's agenda, his approach to politics, geopolitics, domestic politics, inter-African relationships, those are things that have to be at the fore of our minds when we're dealing with this. His approach towards the way the world has been structured in terms of knowledge. One thing we have to remember is that His Majesty is one figure who stood outside of Western discourse completely. Because most of the other African leaders, they had to stay in the educational system and be conditioned by these things that the Europeans were talking about, and they struggled against that and did their wonderful work. But His Majesty stands outside of that. So one thing that when we say we're moving along the lines of His Majesty, remember that we are not bound to the received discursive framework. We have another frame of reference, and His Majesty spoke a lot and wrote a lot. So we have something to work with. We have a lot to work with. What's important is we have to get with it, as far as the orientation, again, reorientation for all of us every time to these discussions, So, we say a commitment to the principles of African liberation, repatriation, and Pan-African solidarity. He lived that. He lives that, And so that's what we're coming with that. We're looking at when we're discussing the preamble that way. And I just love to hear what, brethren and if sisters are here feel about that. Is there something we have to add to that part of the preamble, something we have to take out, something we have to modify one way or another, just to emphasize that, so that someone steps in to interact with us, or we ourselves in-house, we have this clear idea of what we're doing, because I think that is very important, because that's going to determine how we approach all of these other things we're talking about, Our activities and alliances are guided by a singular purpose: the complete liberation and unification of Africans on the continent and across the diaspora. Still clear in our minds that within the framework of His Majesty, and then being proactive too, like we're not waiting for something to happen before we act, which is sort of like how we've been functioning. We have to be anticipating things and, making moves, deciding that we can see that this could happen, or these are our needs. Doesn't matter, Selassie. Doesn't matter if nobody's doing it. He could step forward and go stand in front of the League of Nations and tell them something where nobody do before. He could go to the United Nations, go do something where nobody do before. He could tell them something, or make some decisions where nobody do before in history, right? So that'd be the framework where we think about for that part. But it go be important, so we all try to, solidify that. Then we go move on to the next part, to the objectives. So please go. If Amalfo if you share some thoughts, that'd be good.
As on the preamble.
Yes, please.
I totally second the preamble. I think it's perfectly written. I don't have any additions or takeaways.
Yes. Me too. I think it's perfect from where I sit. Doesn't need necessarily any inclusion there, since it's carefully worded.
We're good to go.
Mancha, you say that?
Oh, I say, we're good to go there.
Okay. Including the link with the RCC, right? Seeing how what we're doing is tied straight away to the continental thing, right?
Yeah, man.
Give thanks. So objectives: to promote unity among all Rastafari individuals, mansions, and similar organizations in Ghana and abroad. To actively engage with local governmental, continental, and global bodies to realize Rastafari communities' interests. To serve as a resource hub for repatriation efforts to Ghana and Africa. And please, let's think about what we've done so far and how we're doing these things too, and maybe ideas will come up about maybe how we maybe rephrase some of these things or approach them, to foster socio-economic opportunities, youth development, education, and cultural advancement, to strengthen alliances and consistent collaboration with Rastafari organizations globally, to organize conferences, workshops, and events that generate knowledge, reinforce principles, and cultivate new ideas for African advancement. Yeah, so inputs, please.
Yes, first of all, I want to say, before we forward, that the item who put it together, we give thanks for this works. I had opportunity to read through everything. It's very well put together.
Good. I'm glad you did that, because come at it with, that thing that you bring, please.
So having said that, I think that the objectives are also on point. The objectives speak to whatever we need to have as what we are working towards. It said everything, like even the first bullet point, promote unity among Rastafari individuals, right? Mansions and similar organizations. That states it right there. And you go through all the points, all the way to the last one, to organize conferences, workshops, etc. These are our, what we should have as our objective. So I second it. Yeah.
So we're like 9 people here or so. I'm up for fit jump in and say something,
Oh, what it is. Okay, sorry.
Daddy B, please.
What it is the objectives as stated here is clearly what I represent, and it's a beautiful rephrasing of what is in the old constitution. So if you ask me, we're good to go there as well.
So the principles: Pan-African orientation, unity and liberation of African people everywhere, proactive engagement, construct situations and initiatives to serve Africa's interests, collective responsibility. Membership is defined by contribution to the collective, not by personal benefit. So the question of what am I getting from it? That's the personal benefit. Synergistic operations. All commissions, organs, affiliates must coordinate and update each other to maintain unity of purpose. And then it'll be great to hear some critical ideas as far as these things, if there are any. Intellectual and practical leadership. Executives must demonstrate both critical knowledge and applied skills relevant to Africa's political, economic, cultural, and historical struggles. So please, can we look at this critically? Because it looks like some of the lapses have been because of maybe some defects when it comes to this area. So please, can we talk about this?
Yes, I shared this with a brethren, and he asked, what you call it? Excuse me. Why didn't we use the Ubuntu principles? And I said,
because we are, right?
Raise it here.
Okay. So, for the benefit of those who are not familiar with that, can you give us something to work with?
If you give me a minute. So what it is if you read this, it actually covers the Ubuntu principles, the core principle of Ubuntu, you know. Like I said, it is I am because we are, and it talks about humanity and human dignity, treating all people the same, communalism. So it is the way, what you call it, the Ubuntu principles are laid out: harmony and conflict resolution, inclusivity and belonging, respect for elders, and consensus and things. But what it is I do not need to go that way. Like I said, I shared it with a brethren, Jack Collins, and that was his only feedback. You understand? For this stage, we can maintain this because this one is clear: Pan-African orientation, proactive engagement, collective responsibility, synergistic operations, all for one for all. I am because you are.
Straight. Ubuntu right there.
And practical leadership. So this is solid.
Cool. Anybody want to add something?
I think that the principles as stated itself is in the Ubuntu way.
Thank you.
And I also think, including the word Ubuntu is not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt because you know what I'm saying? Because I think that that also helps in terms of looking at our African frameworks as what is guiding what we're doing. So I think that we can just put a word Ubuntu in front of principles, and then
I was putting it behind it actually.
That works too. That works too.
Yeah. So but let them sit together. That's what we mean by the principles.
Absolutely, yes,
Yes. Thank you. Yes. So any other thoughts? So we move on to the symbols and insignia. Insignia actually is not discussing the design of the logo, like when it's the official emblem. It's not being very specific here. Do Adrians need it to be more specific, describe the whole logo as is, or is this taking care of it? And then the official colors part, is there anything amount for one we could fine tune about that part, the symbols and insignia part?
I think for now we can work with this.
I have a question.
Yes, I am.
So when we say symbols and insignia, are we referring to, as you mentioned, just the logo of the RCG, or are we looking at the kinds of symbols and insignia that are primary to Rastafari as a whole?
Cool. In this context, it was limited to the RCG.
So can we then
can we expand it? Is that what you're saying?
No, can we say symbols and insignia maybe of the RCG or something like that?
Okay,
because what
RCG.
I was thinking, was a little more expanded. Like, what kind of other insignia do we use as Rastafari? What kind of symbol, right? But if we want to do specific to the RCG, then let's take that.
Can we take a moment? Can we take a moment to hear a little more about where you're going with that? Because it might enrich this for us.
Sure.
Yes.
So, apart from the red, gold, green, we also fly the red, black, and green. You know what I'm saying? So I was thinking that if we're looking at it from a more expanded view, then we might want to also include the red, black, and green. But that's not necessarily the symbols and insignia of RCG in terms of the logo. So if we're dealing with just the logo, then let's do that so that we don't start treading into other territories. But I
we
feel
can
like
build on that, though. What you're talking about is crucial because it's central to Rastafari liberty, right?
True.
So we can build on that in another, let's say,
Absolutely.
area of the same reasoning.
Absolutely.
So Daddy
Yes,
B,
sir.
how you feel?
I mean, for now, like I said earlier, this is okay for RCG.
Okay.
You know, like Prof said, we can clearly say symbols and insignia of RCG.
Cool.
And then leave it there.
Cool. And then we build on it where we can. So scope. The RCG is a branch of the Rastafari Continental Council. It operates within Ghana as part of the African and global Rastafari movement. The Council's purview extends across continental and international platforms where African unity and liberation are the focus. Yes, so any takes?
So remember we mentioned branch.
Yes, you preferred member, right?
Yeah, we have corrected in the preamble.
Okay.
You know, but we haven't done that correction here.
Yes. I apologize, I missed it.
In the preamble, we say operating as a member of the RCC. So let's maintain that consistency here.
Cool.
He's a member of the RCC.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I changed it. Yeah. Okay, so we move on to the next part. Membership and leadership. Membership is open to all Rastafari who affirm the divinity of Emperor Haile Selassie. Maybe we have to discuss what divinity means, if necessary, and commit to the objectives and principles of the council. It is necessary that members actively operate as volunteers, contribute based on their skills and talents to the collective efforts of the organization. Should we take it one by one and just discuss it quickly? Because there are a few things in there that have to be considered, you know. Affirm the divinity of His Majesty, commit to the objectives and principles of the council, the idea that is a volunteer thing, and those 3 points. Can we talk about it a little bit before we move on?
So basically, in the previous version, the acceptance of Emperor Haile Selassie is key. Here, what we've done is we've emphasized the volunteer nature of the work. You got it.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about that, though?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay to, you know, put it on the front page. You know, so that it's clear to everybody that this work is based on you coming to the table to contribute. Because sometimes when you listen, people sound like, so the council has to do this, the council has to do that. And who is the council? It's I and I. It's I and I who are blazing a trail. I and I decided to spend I and I time to deal with the works of the whole. You know, so it's important, or it's great the way it's been, you know, presented up front. Give thanks.
If we go on to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, leadership eligibility. Officers must be reputable Rastafari drawn from mansions, similar organizations, or distinguished individuals within the community. Basically, right? We assume that every Rasta man, Rasta woman is distinguished.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think I wanted to hold up my hand, raise my hand, but you move on a bit too quick. About the divinity of the emperor, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we have to look at that again because when we say the divinity of the emperor, what do we mean by that?
Mm-hmm. Say what you think.
Because that's to go into spiritual realms and things like that. When you talk about divinity, we go into spiritual realms and things that we don't know about, So divinity of the emperor, where are we going with that? I mean, what's that got to do with voluntary work and anything about divinity and what's divinity?
Okay, so we could start from the place where we could say straight up that all the words we're using in English, we don't know what they mean. Let's start with that. Let's be honest. You didn't invent English. I didn't invent it. All these words, we're doing what we've learned those words mean. So if we get off the set, then we start to go with meanings, right? So now we can open it up for everybody to talk to us about this. So what does divinity mean to an African? What does it mean for us to call a king Nyamekesi? That's spirituality too. Are we saying all that is to be scrapped? And Haile Selassie is the King of Kings. It's not just a fleshical thing alone. It's not just a material thing. That's a European way of thinking about these things, just physical. And Nkrumah had a problem with that too. He was complaining that the Western way of even thinking about politics is too material. And we don't have to fall in that trap. We combine everything. We're holistic. And spirituality is central to who we are. This is my take. So I'd love to hear what other people think, because the question he's asking is very, very important. And it could open things up for us or confuse things for us. So please, make we talk about this small before we move on.
Greetings, everyone. This is Jack Collins. I will contribute. I'm just trying to park. I'm driving, and here it's very delicate where I am. You're still driving and talking. I have 3.6 points on your license, that. So soon forward. I just try to park now, and I'll come.
Thanks.
Yes, oh, sorry, please go on.
Because this divinity thing about Rastafari, and then, because personally, I'm thinking, we've got to a stage right now where we have enough information about our history. We have enough information about who we are. We're getting more information about things, right? We are here. Over all these years, we've seen what religion and is doing to us, indoctrination is doing to our nation, where we have got to now with all this spirituality and all the things which are going on around, and an understanding that the people have about these things. How people have taken the Bible and made it our reality, a book which is fiction in all its instances, in every, which was edited by a European king called James, and give to us to pacify us so that we do not rebel against them. And we have so gladly taken it as our reality and making things out of it and keeping making things out of it. So at this point, when we are going to make a constitution to guide us, and we are going to what we are saying, enshrine it more into writing, then we must be careful what we are doing, because children are coming after us who might not understand and might not have this fuller meaning if we leave it this way. The Emperor Haile Selassie is a guiding light for I and I, Rastafari, to lead in a better fashion, in a scientific and modern way, and not into that old religious dogma that we are being indoctrinated with for so long. If we can put that things aside and do reality with what we have in our hands now, we'll be doing a good service to ourselves and posterity.
Rastafari.
Last year.
Yeah. King, I think when we talk about Rastafari, we can sometimes, if we, His Majesty is a traditional leader. Yeah, beyond religion. So if Ethiopia is a nation older than religions, and His Majesty is a traditional leader, and in our African context, traditional leaders have a level of reverence. Culturally, we even liken them to God. And so I think the controversy here is the word divinity, whether it is religious or traditional. But for me, if it is an issue of the word, if it's the word divinity that makes us think we are being religious or spiritual or what have you, I think it's also in African tradition, kings are divine. I don't know if we are is like it's something we have to debate that kings, and even Christianity's concept of maybe a king being special. Some of us we presume is like a photo. They are copying our African traditions. It's like here, for instance, where I come from, the titles that kings use are the same titles that in the Bible they are used to refer to God. So does that mean our kings can no longer uphold those titles because a Bible God, Christianity has ascribed those titles to a Bible God? For instance, the Kwauhine is Dasibre. And Christians would think the only Dasibre they know is God. Asantehene is Utumfo. One is Osajifo. And these are titles where when we reduce ourselves to religion, we would think that somebody, when I say Otumfo, somebody would think I'm talking about God. But I'm talking about an African king. And so I think when we get caught up with the words and we ascribe religious meanings to the word, we will forget about the fact that historically it's like we are maybe the problem is with the word divine because we think it's a religious word, but traditionally our kings hold special place. If divinity is not, maybe if there's a word synonymous to divinity that fits a cultural context better, maybe we can suggest that. But for me, I think the word divine being associated with an African king doesn't make him Christian, religious, Muslim, or what. It's still traditional. Give thanks.
Yes, so this is a very, very interesting, what you call it, issue. The other day we were having a conversation and King Lagazi's producer, Naro Bawa, Kobe on the radio on Asasi, was saying that so now with the youth, he described himself as a Gen Z, and he said for them as the Gen Zs, they can't figure out what Rastafari means by Haile Selassie is God. Then I told him that when you go to the Ashanti region, the Otumfo is referred to as Nyamikesie. And in that diction, Nyamikesie, if you translate it, will be something like Almighty God. I want to believe that one of the key issues confronting Rastafari now is how the African tradition and culture aligns with what you call it, this Western religious framework, you know. But to put it more directly, I is Rastafari, and that is what we affirm. Give thanks.
Any other thoughts?
Yes, I'm just trying to set up my system here.
Yes, yes.
I just got in now. Greetings, one and all. This is Jack Collins.
A long time.
Yes, yeah. I have to raise the greetings up, because we just joined right in the middle of the way, and everybody started the journey already since I believe 7 o'clock. And this information came to me later though, but I had some other prearranged things, but I have to, cancel them because this is Jaja call, So I'll go straight to the point. The issue of spirituality is something I've actually, been a little bit, I won't say disapproval of, but kind of misgivings about. Because when we use the Bible as a reference point, then automatically we are selling out to the man them called King James, who is a Baptist man, who killed the mother, and I believe in Rastafari liberty with now kill. So if somebody who has done such kind of heinous things, and then we are using his book as a reference point, then one, in that aspect, we are missing our way. I raised a concern with Daddy Bosco today, and I said, I think we should be guided by the principles of Ubuntu. Because when we are guided by the principle of Ubuntu, then we know that, yes, indeed, Rastafari, it's time for us to redefine the paradigm. I mean, like a paradigm shift at this point in time. Otherwise, our children will come and also follow that tangent. Now, there has been some disparity over time where I look at this more like a division, where we have the 12 tribes of Israel with their own, we have the EWF with their own, we have the Bobo Shanti with their own. And this is likewise the same tone that Christianity and other religions have, where you have Catholic, Pentecost, Anglican, and the rest of them. But now, we as a unifier, when we say Rastafari, Haile Selassie himself did mention about what spirituality is. Is a connection between I and I self, a connection between how we relate to the God in us, and then how we extend that relationship to other people around us. So if you are not happy with yourself, how can you be happy with another man? If you don't love yourself, then you don't have love to give somebody else. And when we follow that tangent, then we are actually redefining. And that is what I want us to do with Rastafari. Because some will say, when you come here in the West, you realize that Jesus is a myth. Jesus, Isis, is the son of Zeus. Then we are going to the Greek mythology, which never was, never will. But when we come and say, okay, now we are redefining what Rastafari is, I mean, he himself is somebody who was more like a modernizing force, introducing the Ethiopian First Constitution, was it in 1931 or thereabout? He advocated for education. He advocated for infrastructure. He advocated for central governance. That is what we should be looking at this point in time as Rastafari. Education, let's encourage our children, learn, because when you learn, you are able to unlearn and relearn. And it's difficult to enslave a learned man, a knowledge man, you know. Also, Haile Selassie himself was somebody who actually gained international prominence, you know, especially when he appealed to the League of Nations. What are we doing? Today we are being marched up in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Benin, in Cote d'Ivoire. A whole heap of things are happening. South Africa today, right now, black murdering black, black chasing black, xenophobia is going on. A couple of days, a brethren of mine in Polokwane was murdered, my lord. A Rastaman was murdered, you know. But other brethren say, oh, because he doesn't follow them in the kind of belief. When we add belief, then we are lost. We don't believe. We see and know, my lord. When I see that the Bosco, I see me in him, you see me in him. You know, that's it. And that's why we say we are the all see and know. So when we come to that aspect in the Rastafari movement, then it's time for us to redefine what we are really looking at and take away beliefs and practices. But now we should bring in the principle of Ubuntu, which is see and know. Because I am, because of you. That's just my submission for this point in time. Let me not take the whole discussion. Let's move forward. Give thanks.
Yes, thanks. It's solid, yeah. Please, someone saying something.
Yes. I was saying. Redefinition, as the man said, must go on, man. We have to really analyze this matter. It's not a matter we must take lightly. We must work on it and really come to that terms where the Bible thing there where we mix it up with, we can't take it away. We can't. We must take it away. We are more than the Bible. Thank you.
Yeah, but divinity doesn't depend on the Bible. That's what people are trying. The point I'm hearing being made is that
but
divinity
that's where we go to divinity and those things. That's where we angle from, though. That's where we come from. That's the only point of our reference.
Maybe you're talking for some people, but for me, the people I know, Rasta people I know, even people not Rasta, no, they know something else that precedes all that. So when they say divinity, they're not looking at the Bible. They're not looking at Christianity. As Raskofi said, we think of divinity. Divinity even is not an exclusive thing, right? Every being, every tree is divine, right? We are just associating with things because of our colonial brainwashment. Everything we hear now, we look at the white people's angle on the thing, right? And I think that's a problem. We have to step away from that and go to our own meanings. You know, but yeah, please, if there's any other input so that we can
Yes, Elder Seven. Yes, so I just wanted to also make a point that the issue of confusing divinity with biblical and understanding, I think is far-fetched, because the divinity that comes in there is to actually decipher us from not putting ourselves across as a social grouping. We are not a social grouping. We are not a social grouping, because it has to be actually well ironed out. Because there's this confusion that Rastafari is, let me say, a hobby, where maybe somebody who belongs to a religion X can also put himself across as Rastafari. No, it should be laid out. You should actually uphold the divinity of His Majesty. And that is non-negotiable. It's not about biblical interpretations or biblical connotations. No, that one is far-fetched. You're stretching it too far. So I think it should be actually put out there and well ironed out, so that the organization will not come across as something like a fan club. It's not a fan club. The Rastafari Council of Ghana is not a fan club. Give thanks.
It will be difficult to exhaust this point, but is there any other input so we could move ahead?
Yeah, actually,
Can I make a quick input?
I raised my hand. I actually raised my hand. And,
I saw a hand up, so I'll go after the hand. The next brethren. Give thanks.
Yeah. Yes, my lord. So now let me just emphasize something quickly. Haile Selassie himself, you know, our God and King,
he saw spirituality, all right, as a living expression of divine principles. One. And he did not just see it as a ritual of belief. He saw it as a way of life that is rooted in our morality, our moral integrity, our justice, unity. And even if you look at his speeches and writing, he definitely emphasized that God as the source of all life and wisdom. And he also said there's faith in action. And he also spoke about the universal brotherhood. The universal brotherhood was where he said he believed that all humans are the children of God and we deserve respect and love. In terms of faith and action, he said that true spirituality meant living according to divine law and then promoting peace, equality, and compassion. In the aspect of God as a source of life and wisdom, he referred to Almighty as the guiding force behind human dignity and purpose. Therefore, he went to say in one of his quotes that spirituality is not theology or ideology. It is a simple way of life, a system of thought, and then a tradition of kindness and compassion, a path to peace and harmony. And that is what the Rastafari movement has defended over time. Where we had issues was when we start linking it to biblical references, which we all know that the Bible was designed for a purpose. Now, when we link divinity to Ubuntu, which is the principle I'm suggesting that we should be guided with as Rastafari, Ubuntu, all right, emphasize that and because we can. And that exactly aligns with His Majesty's views of divine interconnectedness. Now, when we look at human dignity as divine reflection, Ubuntu teaches us that each person's worth is tied to the community, and this echoes Haile Selassie's belief that we are all made in God's image. Next one, when we go to compassion and justice, both Ubuntu and Haile Selassie's spirituality prioritizes moral responsibility and collective well-being. The third one is the spiritual unity, where the Ubuntu spiritual dimension, when linked to Haile Selassie's liberty, is by honoring our ancestors, nature, and communal rituals. And all this I'm talking about mirrors the call for unity under divine guidance. Then when we take this further to say, okay, we are linking, let's say, divinity to Rastafari now. You know, in Rastafari, Haile Selassie is seen as a living God, Jah. And we say is a fulfillment of the biblical prophecy, which embodies the divine kingship. And remember that in Jamaica, where it all started from, all right, it was more like a redefinition and dissociating ourselves from the biblical Jesus and what people were professing as at that time. So when we look at the divinity incarnate, the Rastafari holds that Selassie is the earthly manifestation of God. Take it or leave it. And it is being linked to our African identity, to sacred destiny. And then when we come back to the spiritual liberation of Rastafari, we take Haile Selassie's life as a symbol of freedom from oppression and spiritual awakening. And down to the liberty, or let me say up to the liberty, because we now go down. Up we go, you know. So when we now take it up to liberty, the Rastafari principle of living righteously and naturally is inspired by Haile Selassie's teachings on the divine order and the moral living. So we must look at a way for us to unify the vision of divinity in all these. One, the principle should be the divine source, should be the human dignity, should be the spiritual path. Then when we come to Ubuntu, God in community and nature, interconnectedness and empathy. And then we are now going forward to say, okay, communal rituals and harmony, which is what we are doing. We hold gigs together, bring drums and other things there. Those times we used to meet up music and then we reason, you know. And then Rastafari is itself, Jah remains our living God. And then we now go forward to the African divinity and pride. How do we postulate this? And then up forward to the Ita living and liberty. So when we put all these things together, we are now bringing a new paradigm shift. Because I must tell you, and you know, I say it face. Today, if you see some Jamaican brother, they look down upon African brothers. They tell you truth. And that's
Not all
exactly
of
how
them,
it is.
though. Not
Yeah, not all of them.
everyone,
Yeah.
though.
Not everyone. No, I say
Yeah.
some. That's why I use the word some. When they see you, they say it's an African. And I say, then you are who? You say, I'm a Jamaican. I say, you must be joking. You're not Jamaica, you know. Because the word Jamaica itself came from when the revolution started and they moved to that island. And they said, Jah make here. We also leave. And that is why today, the West is trying to take away that island. We think Melissa is a natural thing. No, man. It's not a natural thing, brother. It's a systematic machination. This is not conspiracy theory, my lord. The storms are being made today. They made that storm today and wipe out the whole island right now, bro. So we need to really take this thing. See, you see, Bosco will testify. I take Rastafari movement to my bone marrow, my lad, and I defend it till tomorrow. Till tomorrow.
Rastaman, make we build on this some more later, right? You make your point and it's solid. We can work with what you're saying. Give thanks. So make we build on it when we come around to it again. It go come up again. Then we build on that. Yes. So leadership eligibility. Officers must be reputable Rastafari, drawn from mansions, similar organizations, and distinguished individuals.
Natty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No. Oh, me pacho. Make me a quick point because
Please,
it's in relation to what's been said previously. I just wanted to make a quick point here. When it comes to the Bible and the divinity of His Majesty, two things can be true at the same time. You know, the fact that try say the fact that Omode Bible ever colonize, does not mean that we should also run away from our natural heritage where there are natural recorded links which go to prove the divinity in that sense. And I love the fact that 7 is challenging us to even redefine the word divinity to start with, right? But let's look at this particular divinity here. That divinity which links to the most ancient throne in this world. It's a living fact. And we can't run away from that. So that's what I'm saying. Two things can be true at the same time. It's true that yes, we don't have to base our culture or our teachings to our next generation or anything like that on the Bible. But then I don't think it's also a very good thing, let me just put it that way, to dissociate from something that is a bare fact. Because unless anybody's telling me that the association of His Majesty to the most ancient throne in the world most definitely deal with. However, I also sign on to the fact that shouldn't be like the be all in all. Because again, Africa, let's face it, was never one homogeneous unit. We were never governed by the same cultural practices or anything like that. So what might make sense in even Ethiopia at the time may not make sense in another part of Africa and all that. It's our responsibility as the modern day Rastafari to reforge an African unity based on I and I common, things that I and I have in common and things that I and I can work with. Because if we're not careful, we'll be still barging forward, trying to forge a common culture based on things that people are not ready to accept. The food culture is a very good example of that. And I keep saying, I'd rather go to war with my brother who just ate a pig but is fighting on my side. Enough said. I'm just saying. But yeah, I just wanted to chip that in real quick. Give time.
Yeah, Charlie, you just say something. Yeah, so the eligibility thing for the leadership. Yeah, officers must be reputable. Give thanks for that. Officers must be reputable Rastafari, drawn from mansions, similar organizations, or distinguished individuals within the community. Leaders must possess a demonstrated understanding of and interest in Africa's revolutionary and counter-revolutionary history, regional and global dynamics, and exhibit intellectual curiosity, practical skills, and commitment to collective advancement. So we go figure some thoughts on this one.
I believe this is explicit. It speaks for itself. And for instance, it is the vetting process that will establish these things as to a person's understanding of what has been laid out here. Give thanks.
Give thanks. So that'd be, you make a very important point, but it's not like we're starting afresh, right? So it's not like everybody here is going to come through a vetting process, right? So there's also reorientation, so to speak, will come into play here, right? And being clear about situations. Is someone really, really serious about practical skills, using them? Is someone really committed to collective advancement? Those are the things that make us brought up the situation where I've heard more than one person talk about people just warming seats in positions, right? So constant orientation is crucial. Intellectual curiosity. We've had these reasonings for every 2 weeks. Sometimes it's only like a handful of people here. Because I think there's no intellectual curiosity, straight up. I'm just being blunt about it. I just want to be proven wrong. Because if I know my brethren are gathering some place and I can be there to learn something, I want to be there though. So we have to step it up. It's might spend a lot of energy. He take it over and say he himself go run the education thing, right? We all know that, right? So if we all for making like a priority, education is not just to get a job and get a good reputation down. So please, is there anything we feel add to that or make I go on?
There's a hand up.
My hands are up actually. So in the leadership aspect of it, I would like to say that before anybody comes up to say he wants to be a leader, please, he must be ready to be a leader. He must be passionate about being a leader. And that must be evaluated through the quality he's bringing forward in terms of integrity. What are his visions? What does he have empathy? Is he resilient? Does he have resilience in terms of how to stand strong and adaptable? Humility in terms of how to, being able to humble himself and things like that, and being accountable for things that he has to do. Communication aspect wise, he should be able to listen actively and speak clearly to inspire others. And then in terms of service, you have to put the needs of others and the community first. I remember way back when some of our brethren went through a lot of challenges in terms of cutting their dreadlocks, their children in school. There was a point in time I was left alone in the Ministry of Education. That is a witness to that. How I stood up in that challenge at that time. When we call on, say, okay, brothers, let's all move, let's meet at the ministry and let's have a kind of visibility in terms of numbers. At the point I was just alone. Raswayo, blessed brother, yeah. Wayo was there with me too, the lawyer, and you see, it goes beyond self when it comes to leadership. So if we're talking about somebody being a leader, please let's be very, very selective. We should pick brethren who have voice. I don't want to use the word people because people tend, for me, I look at it, people tend to be like, you are. It's more like denigrative word. The brethren who wants to lead should be ready to lead and should be supported. Otherwise,
true. Support crucial.
Otherwise, we'll just be looking at us because a leader is a leader through others. It's through others to become a leader. I remember the brethren then from what's the place around Ashama. The daughter ended up cutting her hair before going to school. My children, Daddy will tell you to tomorrow. I ensured they went to Trinity Lutheran School. They went to Morning Glory. I was changing school to see whether the institution will challenge them to cut their hair. And I stood my ground that never will any institution make that comment. When Rasas old issue came at Achimota School, we saw how it went. But today, glory to Jah, we were able to prove everyone wrong. He got a scholarship to GIS and things like that. So I want us to actually, if you want to be a leader, let's see the example you have set in your home.
Mm-hmm.
Before you come out and say you want to be a leader. You don't just come out and say you want to be a leader. Then when we look at your home, you've not set the example as a leader in your home. It becomes mockery, my Lord. And that is where they see us cheap. They see us cheap. Also, when we are doing things, there were times we started moving things that, okay, let's do things at the teacher's hall. We shouldn't be doing our event at the corner. It's time we now get leaders who want to move the council forward and bring us in limelight. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Yes. So the third bullet point right there be the no individual aligned with movements, political parties, or religious groups whose teachings contradict Rastafari principles may hold office. That's like a given, right? Or is there anything where somebody wants to say about that?
I'll just drop one point, my Lord. You cannot be outside and make a change. If a brethren join any political party, let him join the political party and be in the system. Daddy will tell you I have been fighting with him to come out one day as an MP. If the party is what will give you the victory to be inside the system, so be it. And then when you are in the system, let's start making the changes inside the system. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Any other thoughts?
So, what you call it? The assumption is that a brethren can belong to a political party of their choice or a religious group of their choice whose teachings do not contradict Rastafari, and they may hold office. Give thanks.
Ow. I don't know how that works. And plus, can I get some clarification about brethren? You said you can't be outside and effect change or something to that effect. I beg you, if you dwell on that small for me, make I understand more what you mean.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much, my lad. So now, when we say, okay, look at the war on marijuana when it comes to stereotyping, and things like that. All right, we've not really been able to make much impact, although we've advanced to a point. All right, but it's not been felt. Now, the stop and search law still goes on, except maybe they see you as a Rastaman who carry yourself in a kind of way where they accord you respect. And if you want to make changes today in the Constitution and you don't participate in the process of making change in the Constitution, automatically you can't do nothing. You can't do nothing. And I remember when Ras Mubarak was there, all right? There were some of our brethren who say, oh, because he doesn't have his law, so he shouldn't be addressing himself as Ras Mubarak. You see the vibe. But when the brother was there, okay, I remember when the Hemp Association of Ghana, me, Nana Jumai, Outward, and some of the brethren there, when we went to Parliament and start, Ras Mubarak played some pivotal role in linking us to the man then we could meet inside. When we were actually lobbying to ensure that the cannabis thing in 2019 was brought forward and the bill is passed in favor. Okay. Now, at a point, they now said, okay, if we want to pass this thing, then it has to be hemp, but not cannabis, which has high THC level. If we had had more voices in Parliament, brother, the setback in that cannabis law, we won't be facing it today. And it's been assumed that Rastafari used it more, when even the civilian brethren them use it more than we do. So if you want to change, you want to make a change, you must be inside to make a change. And when we come out and say that no individual aligned with movement, political parties, or religious group whose teachings contradict Rastafari principles may hold office, it's a bit dicey. I can be Rastafari and decide to be in NDC or MPP for the purpose of being in there and speak for my people.
But that is, excuse me, just so I don't miss the point though. But that's to assume that maybe these parties are anti-Rastafari or anti-principles of Rastafari, in which case I think it's a good call. Let me explain why very briefly, please, and then you continue.
Okay.
Because if you look at the political landscape right now in Ghana, let's call a spade a spade. Two major political parties, one of them accepted and gave land and other implements to INI, which actually set up the Rastafari community in Ghana, right? We also say that we believe in all these nice stuff that we've listed. And we also, of course, believe in the ideals of Kwame Nkrumah. So a party which is directly opposed to the ideals of Kwame Nkrumah, for instance, I would see that as a red flag for me. But then, if you say that, okay, we have to, any party which is, principles, whatever, no, we have to be a bit more nuanced there. We have to be very clear there, because ultimately, then you're saying that, okay, just like you're saying, Brethren, I can be a member of the NPP because it's another political party, but it's not, its ideals are not opposed to Rastafari. But if you check its historical antecedents, it is actually opposed to the principles of Kwame Nkrumah, which is aligned with the principles of Rastafari. So I think we should be a little more nuanced in that area than to just make it blanket and leave who to interpret that when it comes to it. Give thanks, Virgin.
You mean the bullet point, right?
Yes, give thanks. So in that aspect, what I'm just trying to say is this: when you are in the party, you'll be able to win people to come to your own side of it and say, you know what, this is it. This party is against the progress. What can we do to stop fighting what has been there? Because definitely the MPP is against Kwame Nkrumah. So you need to, and if you look at it, in the political landscape, all right, it's about who gets what, when, and how. How do we have political power? How do we get political? Then we should register Rastafari movement as a political party also. Give thanks.
Yeah, that's a question of power too. What does it mean? Okay, so I think from now let's stick to the text where we work on. Let's limit our comments to sort of like analyze this, back it up with something, but so we can move through it, and then we go have room at the back maybe to think about policy approaches and principles as a standing point too. But same thing as with the goal, but just so that we can go through the articles and the little details in there. So Article 1 is saying council membership. Section, composition of membership. Membership of the General Assembly of the Rastafari Council of Ghana shall comprise official representatives of all recognized Rastafari mansions in Ghana, representatives of duly registered Rastafari organizations within Ghana, individual Rastafari who meet the conditions of membership, notable Rastafari elders and figures who may be co-opted as ex-officio members of the council. All registered members of the Rastafari Council are part of the General Assembly with full participation rights as defined by this constitution. How does that sound? One check.
Yes, I.
Sound okay? Is it okay?
It's cool by me.
How people to feel?
It would be good to hear what Alabration and Sister have to say briefly.
So because you say if there's anything we'll figure out later, maybe, as far as
Sure.
the composition of the membership. So the next one would be criteria for organizational membership. So the criteria: any mansion or Rastafari organization applying for membership in the council may satisfy the following conditions: possess formal registration with the relevant authorities in Ghana, operate under a written constitution consistent with Rastafari principles, maintain a minimal active membership of 25 persons, and have a defined headquarters or operational base within Ghana. So that'd be what you say.
Can you bring up that page on the screen, please?
Section 3. Yeah.
No, 2, section 2, sir.
Oh, section 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Maintain a minimum active membership of 25 members. Can we look at that?
Yes.
25 is a modest number, but do we want to maintain it or reduce it?
Is a minimum necessary?
That's the question I'm asking.
So is it do we even need to mention a minimum? Or is that the basis on which somebody go fit tells you the team is legit? Can we just remove the whole bullet point? If when we remove it, what happens? Something will go bad.
No, so that's what I'm asking. You understand? Because there could be brethren who are 15, somewhere, and they're serious set of brethren and things like that, but they are not 25. Does it mean as a group they cannot come in, or then they have to come in on individual basis or what? So that's what I'm asking.
Yes, whereas I agree that we can remove that bit, the minimum membership requirements. It may not be necessary for an organization to join the council. Once maybe the organization is registered, possess formal registration with relevant authorities in Ghana, operate under a written constitution with Rastafari principles, and have a defined headquarters, I think it should be enough. The minimum membership requirements is really not necessary.
Okay, so make we remove them, right?
Yeah, my general.
How people to feel though?
I'll support that idea.
Honestly, I support that idea because, for instance, I for one, I don't belong to any marshal. So I would suggest that membership aspect, actually, we should add provision for inactive members and honorary statuses. That will strengthen inclusivity and participation.
Yeah. So we're going to the next one, right? Section 3, application process. All applications for membership shall be submitted to the membership committee. The membership committee shall vet the application and make recommendations to the executive committee. Final approval shall be granted by the executive committee. It sound doable? Like straightforward enough? Or we for check it again?
Actually, that's what you call it. That's the delegated process we have now.
Okay. And is it working? I mean, are you happy with it?
Royal, what's your comment?
I think we need to constitute the membership committee. There is no functioning membership committee. I think individuals used to attend to it, but like the constitution is saying, as membership committee vetting applications, no, we don't do that. It used to be the organizer, and then for some reasons, I also assumed. Maybe we should constitute the membership committee. I think that's so. When we reach that bit for the committees, I think we will
think about that.
Yes.
How people feel? I was thinking about as you talk.
Go
ahead.
No, well, sorry. I was just saying I don't think we should be too trigger happy with setting up committees, though.
Yeah.
If
so
we
what
can,
we have? Yeah, what we have.
if we
let's
can
see how we
assign
work with
a
it.
function to an existing committee, I think we
Yeah.
should look at that rather than have like multiple committees, you know,
True.
and things like that. Just a quick suggestion.
I second that. Let's think of how we go figure some people to function as the membership committee without, some people already functioning in some capacity where maybe president,
So what I was going to say is that's why I said it is going on in a certain delegated capacity.
How do you feel about that?
So, for example, people who want to sign up for the council are RCs. For instance, the last person who signed up is a brother whose son has to go to OIC, and the youth has dreadlocks. So the school has an issue with it, and so he approached the council for a letter, because I understand he was told by the school authorities that even if he had an ID card showing that he's a Rasta man, they would listen to him, but he just standing there and telling them that he's a Rasta man, so his son, that kind of thing. So that person like this, the organizer just signed him on. And then in other instances, sometimes somebody would come up and the administrator, Royal, would sign him on. So that is the process we're working with now. And that's
how
why
do you feel about it? Is that what you want? How do you want it to be?
What it is so usually people signing up are on referrals, so if somebody says a Rastaman, or somebody know him as a Rastaman already, and that's where the criteria is talking, so when we get to the membership committee, we'll see its composition and then see how it aligns with, or what we're doing with right now aligns with it, give thanks.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next one.
Yes, I have a suggestion that
my hand is actually up. I think we are not looking at it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, brother, talk before I talk. You were just going so that you don't lose the line of thought. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I wanted to suggest that for this part, instead of saying a membership, an application for membership shall be submitted to a committee, should be an individual. So if it's the organizing secretary or yes, so it should be defined instead of a committee, so that we know who is responsible for that, and when it comes to reporting, we know whose duty is it to, because sometimes you want records and it's quite challenging when it's like who registered with who, and who is keeping a membership record. And so sometimes so I'm suggesting if it can be assigned to an individual instead of a committee, so that right from here we know that this officer is responsible, because most of the committees, work doesn't take place at the committee level. Mostly officers or individuals have to. So for this bit, I'm just suggesting that an individual.
So let's say right now the RCG has a website and they have a place where you can fill in an application and it's all going to go on a spreadsheet. Is that going to make what you're saying work without us worrying too much about who we have to wait for before they check it out or go? You know what I mean? Is that okay? Is that doing it online? Is it going to help?
I would say yes. Yeah, I would say yes. Go ahead, bro. It could be like more like a provisional membership once you are verified online, pending the formal process. Because one thing we must also look at, Daddy, let's look at how many active members do we have? The number of active members we have currently, because until the council reaches a minimum of 100 active members, I think the executive committee may temporarily combine functions or appoint ad hoc subcommittees to perform membership duties. Because remember when we started the Rastafari Council thing, movement, sorry, let me know the word thing, my apologies. When we started the Rastafari Council movement, all right, one person could be playing 2-3 roles. I remember then I was playing the communication role, and also at the same time when the Black Star Line Cooperative Credit Union came, I was interim manager to kickstart the movement. So if we want to make it like a streamlined thing, like it becomes that we are now putting bottleneck in the movement, and that's exactly where I'm just looking at. For instance, if that person registers on the website, let's just give them some month of grace period with the council support, and then do some background check and things, whether you're not involved in some 1 or 2 things we know they like, and that kind of stuff. And with that, we are able to take it, to another level to include everybody. Because at that time, even recruiting members from the art center, some would say, "Oh, me, I just carried my dreadlocks like that. Me, I know they believe in nothing. Let's still include them, inclusivity. Because as long as you carry the identity, even if you don't follow the tenant, you are with us. Because if me then you sit down like this, where Papa comes say, hey, if you're in the Rasta, what I mean, Rasta, no why? You carry locks, me, I carry locks at the spot, at the bomb at me. They go hold you too. And that was the language. I remember when me and Ashford went to the art center to give some small education, Chiroy and the rest of them, and then Nautica was still there. That's what we told them. They say you know be Rasta, but you carry the identity. If Papa come right now, Master, they go hold me. Before you go say, when I'm a Rasta, or may I just ordinary dreadlock with you must pay something. Something must come up for your pocket before they give you bill. So we should appeal to their emotions and and bring them forward. So let's not add bottleneck in the whole thing, please. And then there's something I wanted to say. Sorry, in terms of the leadership aspect, it will be good. It will be very good if we actually define their roles.
Yes.
Let their roles be very well defined. Let's do that, because many brethren there, so brothers, they lack funds, it's not easy. I give thanks.
Yeah. So is it okay to go on to the next one?
I just wanted to make a quick point, Nana.
Cool.
Sir, when it also comes to the committees now, we can also consider ad hoc committees, right? Which are like, if something comes up that needs to be dealt with quickly, the executive can quickly put up an ad hoc committee to deal with the matter and dissolve it after the matter has been dealt with. So that we don't have like too many standing committees. Rather have like a body of few but effective committees also. So the ad hoc is also like a way to consider. Give time.
Yeah. So Right of rejection. The council reserves the right to reject any application that does not meet the stipulated criteria or is deemed inconsistent with the principles, objectives of the RCG. So that one, straightforward.
Yes, I.
All right. So section 5, joining fees and dues. Individual members shall pay a one-time joining fee of 50, and annual dues for members shall be 100, and individual members shall, CDs, right? Individual members shall pay monthly dues of 10 CDs. So joining fee of 50, annual fee of 100, individual monthly fee 10 CDs. The council reserves the. Is it right?
So I wanted to say that instead of these 3 bullets, it should be joining fees and dues will be determined and reviewed, what you call it, periodically, something like that. Because as we're speaking, realistically, the joining fee of 50 cedis, which is a one-time joining fee, is you see, if you really want to do work, if people want to have expectations of the council and things, then we need to, we need to talk well. Do you understand?
Cool. Is it can people pay? Is it affordable? If we want people to come in and work and the joining fee is this, are they able to pay it and work? Do you see it as automatic?
So one day Bridget made a suggestion that if somebody wants to join the council, it should be free. Yes. However, you need, or if you need an ID, like I was saying, this brother whose son had gained admission, he was told, if you get ID to show that you are staff, bring it. So if you want an ID and those things, then there's a fee you'll have to pay, But
what if you don't need an ID?
Good. But you want to sign up with the council, for instance, in the area of data collection. Do you get it? So we know that, okay, there is maybe 50 youths who are craftsmen. There is 50 youths who are musicians. There is this. So that data part, it don't cost nothing. Like you're saying, it can be done digitally. You can go onto the website and do it, or you can use a Google form, which you can access, and then so you do that. However, to have a card and those things, then because at one time we had this conversation that we should be able to give legal advice. As we speak, according to President them who know about the law on cannabis and things. Now, cannabis is not like before where if they catch you, unless maybe court or something, this one they should bail you. So we've been reasoning that would it be possible to offer free legal service to maybe, for want of a better expression, card-bearing members of the council,
So someone will be card-bearing, will enjoy those services?
Yes, because that's the next point I'm making. Even if a lawyer Wayo is providing that service periodically, you would have to maybe give him an honorarium or something, So that's one area that I said I will raise it for us to consider.
Okay.
The issue of joining fees,
Yeah. How do
Can I
feel?
chip in?
Yes.
All right. So yes, that would be a beautiful idea, right? But I think, sir, sometimes people also need to put their money where their mouth is, right? So if you want to be, I think a small joining fee, so to speak, will be a commitment to whatever is going on. Otherwise, we have a very loose body of everybody trying to claim membership. You get in a situation, simply put. I think that we should ask that commitment, right? Because again, if you say, okay, joining is free, then I'm assuming you're still saying that you're still gonna get the database intact, right? There's still gonna be their names and everything will be there, but just that they're not paying a fee. All well and good. But I think that even paying the fee is a sign of commitment to the whole process. So I would, and you also just mentioned that we need money, simply put, right, to be able to be effective as a body.
That money that
So
we can run now. Yeah.
yeah, I understand.
So
It may be a
that's
bit
why
scraping a fee, no.
that's why in
Just that
other
we should
words,
make it manageable for people to be able to handle, right?
Mhm.
But I think that commitment should be made. I think so. Just my little comment.
Let me. Can I add something to what the brother just said, please?
Yes,
In the
please.
aspect of the right of rejection, section 4. I think we should add a supportive or mentorship-based approach before rejection, please.
Okay.
In that regard, I would say before rejecting any application, all right, the membership committee shall make a reasonable effort to guide and support the applicants to meet the criteria.
To meet the criteria, you said?
Yeah, to meet the
Okay.
criteria. In this regard, we should clarify the grounds for rejection to avoid subjectivity or bias.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
because that one would be like like for instance, let's say non-alignment with Rastafari principle, misconduct, dishonesty. You can say these are grounds for rejection. So make sure that this particular ground, you don't fall short of that ground. And then somewhere there we should allow appeal or review, like a review of rejected applications, and that should be by the General Assembly or Council of Elders, to maintain fairness.
Yeah.
Then, in the aspect of, let's say, challenge, instead of limited diversity and representation, for instance, if early applicants come from merely one mansion, all right, or one region, and then rejection of others could be, unintentionally centralized power and exclude diverse voices. We should make sure that there's a balance. Encourage inclusivity, like make acceptance easier at the early stages. And then we can now further later, we'll now strengthen the standards, when the council is fully matured. Like when we run the credit union, what I did at that time, the strategy I used, if you cannot pay registration fee, full, whole sum, you know what? You bring the small thing where you get first. Make I put your name for the list now. Then you tomorrow, I will chase you for the balance. That is there. I was driving around the whole of, just name it. If I say, a all everything, we're all going there. Okay, you pay the membership first. Then later you start to do your normal, your social contribution as, buy your shares. 10 CD, 5 CD, and then that one you are now encouraging people until the council is now full. Because now we need members. We need members. And remember, in terms of when you get membership due, we just adjust it in a way, according to the members' means, to allow flexibility. For instance, student members can be there. Even if you do secondary school, be okay. Student members pay, Daddy knows this, professional members, let's say IPR, Institute of Professional Relations, Public Relations Ghana, right? We have student membership fees. And then we have full associate member, and then we have full members. And all these things just to encourage people to, if the student can pay for 5 CDs and join first, then when you graduate from school, from secondary school, they go university, then from 10 CDs, they pay 20 CDs. From university, when you graduate, finish, where now we know say you be full adult, where you there on your own, then you cannot pay 50 CDs at once. Then with that one, we are introducing that community contribution option for everybody in any which way. So I mean, let's simplify. We can even create a solidarity fund where wealthier members or mansions can just say, can voluntarily, you know what, I'm subsidizing the fee for, if it's 10 members coming from this place, then I'm paying all their membership, registration fee. I don't know if we
You're
are
making sense.
we're cutting the vibe, you know.
No, you're saying something. You're saying something.
You
So,
see,
Manche, how you feel? Because Manche have an angle too. Make Daddy B say what he think, then maybe you go.
moving forward,
Yeah.
So I think basically we're saying the same thing in a variety of tones. So we want to give an opportunity to as many people as possible to, work with the council. And we also want to, as much as possible, raise enough dues and things. So basically, what I'm suggesting is that we look at the one-time joining fee, the figure, and then the annual dues for members. If we say annual dues for members shall be 100, and individual members shall pay 10 CD a month, then that'd be 120. But I suggest that, we look at the 10 CD a month, maybe
What do you
20
think about it? What do you think?
20 CD
Go
a
ahead.
month might be more realistic. And this is
Like,
echoing what Jabi Lovers said,
so push it to 20. Push it to 20, right?
Yeah.
There was suggestion earlier that the membership one-time paying joining fee should go to 100, whilst the membership fee goes to 20, and then the annual one will go to like 200. And
So
I was
make we do that.
that would be much more realistic, because considering what has been going on, funds in the system is very low. When you come to coffers of the council, everything we have to do, we have to come for silver collection to move on. I think it's not helping. We get to a point where people go into trouble, and then they will rush to come say they won't be members just to have something to cover themselves. We should put it in a way that if you come in like that, you should be able to at least find some kind of way to base in something, because if we are all in it and we are contributing fairly, our advocacy should have been strong enough to solve so many of such problems. So if you wait until you come into trouble before you come for something from the association, we should have a special way of also making a fee in that manner, so that it will encourage people to be a members in good standing, instead of coming in when they feel they have problem. Because if you look at members in good standing or registered members platform, and you look at the general platform, if at least we have 50% of such people paying their dues, we would have been good financially. I mean, taking care of our basic things. But here we are, even those members, I mean, real members, contribution is a problem. So I think let's be a bit tricky with this fees and charge, because no matter what we do, we can continue on charity basis. We should have a definite financial income, where even if we fall on people to deal with them, to seek monthly fee, monthly contributions, and we get 50% doing that, it will help a lot. My peace, please. Give
And
thanks.
then what's my addition here? What's my addition here? What's my addition? Hello?
No, yes,
I didn't hear you well. Come again.
Yeah, I said one little addition here. Okay.
Yes,
Hello?
I give thanks. So I just want to make a quick contribution to what's been said. I think that I want to talk in terms of value. Generally, people don't value things that are free.
Yeah.
When the thing is free, they feel like it's either a cheap or dysfunctional thing. So even if there has to be a minimal fee that needs to be established just for the psychology of the people, in terms of the way they think, and particularly because there are benefits to joining, I think that certainly there must be a one-time joining fee. If it's not placed there, people tend to think that, oh, these things have be no nothing, right? The value is not seen as high. Give thanks.
What I wanted to chip in is just that in the membership due fees thing, we have some members who they don't really have the cash, but they can contribute in kind. For instance, skills, labor, items for sale instead of only money. So I can say, okay, you know what, me, I know how to paint. All right, when they will paint the Rastafari Council building or the office or something, if Rastafari Council is supposed to pay 50 CDs for labor, me, I'll come and do it 30 CDs, and that goes to my membership due. You see that? And
That
then
is
also
cool.
members who have items for sale also, we can also, do that as part, like voluntary service, or materials to sell or other contributions, That one is left for the executive committee to decide.
I think that's okay. But I also want to point out that, more time is not because people do not have the money. It's the things that they prioritize. Because these same people, when Christmas time come where you go see the concert where they attend, three, 4 different concerts. You understand? When the concert, they charge 100 CDs for the gate fee. And they can't tell you, say they can't pay 50, but you see them, the camera they show them for the concert inside, say these same people did it. So great. I think that we can have something that we don't have to like broadcast. If somebody is really in need and they can contribute a service for their one-time joining fee, that's fine. But I don't think that we should make it like
that's what you do.
A broad brush for everybody. Otherwise, these same people go turn around and come tell you, say, Charlie, they said they don't have the money. Meanwhile, as soon as Stoneboy or Shatawale come town, you go see, say, they did at the front line, pay them at 200 or whatever. Meanwhile, that same person don't have no money to pay to Rastafari Council. Saying,
Okay, so what I would suggest is what Rasa just said. The one-time joining fee, 50, is too low. You understand? If
What do you
somebody
suggest? What What figure do you suggest?
100.
Okay.
So that if somebody says, okay, yeah, I want to come up and pay, then maybe they could, if they say they can't pay 100 in full, yes, pay in installment. When you come to take your card, you finish your 100 or something like that. And then the annual dues, there's an issue of welfare, and we need to set the dues such that those who pay their dues, out of their dues, a certain portion can go to welfare. This welfare, at one time, we're having conversations with the Social Security, with the State Insurance Corporation Life Insurance Wing. Now, and Jamalcom at one time even gave us some information on a similar thing they had, I think, for broadcasters in the Western region. We need to critically consider the issue of setting the dues such that we can conveniently take 100 CDs out of everybody's dues they pay and pay it into an insurance scheme or something like that. But I think we need to critically think about this issue of welfare. Give thanks.
Good. So the one-time joining fee be 100, right? then the annual go at 200. I see Sarah just suggests 200. Someone suggested and the individual monthly fee go to 20, right? Does it sound good, or if we adjust down again?
If the
I think
monthly,
that sounds good, man. It's token fee, man. I think that sounds all right. Token. Nothing should be free like that. You see, people should show respect. You see.
Mm.
Thank you.
So I was thinking, out of the blue, you get people who would approach for membership because they are caught up one way or the other. That one should come with either 500 or something for the entry.
Sounds like a deal.
Interesting. That's the one.
Sounds like a
Be on the
deal right
higher
there.
side, but that could be something just a bit higher than the normal membership fee, and that's all I'm trying to put across. I second that, my lord.
Yeah.
Yes, because they are looking for the membership to actually smoothen some process, and we will never come to mind until they come to a roadblock. So
That
at
might
that
be a
material
key.
moment,
That
at that
might be the
material
real
moment,
key.
yes, at that material moment, I think there should be some. I wouldn't, for want of a better word, I wouldn't say penalty, but there should be some.
Real fee.
Yeah,
We are doing token fee right now. We do the real fee then.
If we call that emergency something, emergency
exactly.
something. Okay. How if it sounds good to me, but how do people feel?
Good. I want to make a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
We can craft it in a way that if you come in and you are coming in just because you had a help, that is what comes in. But then every member that is in a good standing for at least 3 months, if you are on good standing, you can request for anything and that wouldn't come with a fee. But if you come in fresh and that is because of a problem, then we put some token on that. Yeah.
Definitely.
Give thanks.
Yes. Give thanks. I want to chip in too. I think say maybe the amount, if we look at the person involved and then the situation. And then, yeah, because somebody will come from a situation where if we put up an amount, it means say for go through because the school will be challenging. Never be very same baby. If we can do a background and see the person's situation, so because some people come to us for help for maybe the award and maybe a letter B and. So of course, definitely, some of these amounts they go feel afford, but some people will see it as maybe an obstacle. Maybe in some situation, an obstacle. If the situation looks like it be something where they know if we afford. One. Secondly, to the fees, if we charge the amount today, it be like the last review there's so many years ago where that amount did there. But why are people paying and why not? I think say that for influence also why we the need to increase. As for I know say the people that they pay, they go pay. Like those who they pay there, the handful of people who they pay will continue to pay. But if you look at the data, they see a majority know they pay. Even registered members, majority know they pay dues. So would that,
and the question is why, right?
would that change when the amount is increased? Or maybe there's something we are supposed to do to make people pay where we know they do yet. So I think say beyond just the increasing the numbers, make we appreciate why and then what can be done differently so that even when the numbers increase, we will feel realize the purpose for which the increase of distance.
So I wanted to ask, if somebody who wants to come up fresh and needs a letter, whether they're a teacher or a parent or something, and we say the letter is 250 cedis, or to do the letter.
That sounds like another way, right?
When you come to Musica and you're a member and you need a letter of introduction to the embassy, as a member, you would have paid your 340 cedis, 240 for membership, the standard membership, and then 100 cedis will go towards your insurance, so that in case of anything, that insurance will take care. The insurance is 100 cedis one-time payment for a year. Now, for international musicians or Ghanaians who live abroad, we encourage them to sign up for the professional membership, because for them, sometimes you have to write letters for them. You have to provide certain assistance the standard members would not require. So in our case, we need to look at, for instance, these letters of administration that people would need, like Rasejo and some of the brethren them are saying, if you're a paid up member and you need such a letter, then you get it for 100 or something. However, if you've heard of the council, but maybe due to certain things, you now come to the council and say, oh, I need a letter to ABCD. Then in that case, you'll have to pay your one-time joining fee of 100 cedis and then get your letter for what you call it, 250 or something,
So that goes to like 350, you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Can I say though, why are we, I just don't know, maybe I don't understand too well, maybe somebody can help me understand, but why is it that Babylon, and I'm keep going back to this Babylon, you see how language. Doc,
say your thing.
Prof, you did there. But yeah, so the
I
system,
did here live. I did laugh plenty for here.
You did laugh plenty for the back, I know.
Yep.
But when we say on one box here into a situation where you need some type of document to prove, say, you are Rasta, and we are lining up with that, I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't know how everybody else feels. I just feel like even if somebody we don't know himself, we show up where he profess Rasta, and in that time we have to stand up and defend them with something as simple as a document. I think we should do that. At the very least, the person may have to pay administrative costs for that, But I think that's as far as it should go. Otherwise, and it's maybe just me, but I'm just saying though.
No, right,
I agree with you, my lord. Does it mean that, sorry,
yeah, me
sorry,
too.
sir. Let me just put this in. I want to step up. I want to get back to work. Does it mean that when somebody feeling is formed that is a Christian or a Muslim, they will tell him, go to your church and bring ID card? Or go to your church?
It's ridiculous. So because I'm a traditionalist.
We shouldn't bow to that. We shouldn't bow to that.
Won't that make sure? No. Recently, somebody asked a very ridiculous question in Parliament, but then it set me thinking, Obisa minister, and he said, how many shrines are there in Ghana? It's a very stupid question to be asked in Parliament. But truth of the matter be say, it goes back to the outcomes CIO. It's a matter of faith. It's a matter of culture. It's Nippon says so back then, Krapesina Cape Coast in 99 gods. And the African Okaku be some which of the 99 gods are me so man I said. What that makes you know. That in itself is ridiculous. And then for us to kind of like legislate to fit the curve and the bend with them, no, I mean, feel say I don't feel comfortable about it. Is all I'm saying. Give thanks.
Yeah, Johnny Love, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, if I may chip in, I think that to your point, Empire, I think that acquiescing to that kind of stance also amounts to accepting a kind of status which is not promulgated by the Constitution. The Constitution says no discrimination. So the moment you ask me for ID card, you are setting me up for discrimination.
Exactly. And we are accepting a status in society, basically. We need a separate ID card. I have my Ghana card. What did they talk about? You ask me ID card, I have my Ghana card. That's all that matters. I'm a citizen of the country. Won't that make sense? I
mean, we don't even need Ghana card, really. I accept what you're saying, but
I'm saying, even at the government level, no, so send me a Ghana card. So that's all that should matter to you. Simple as that. Who did you and to the Brethren's point? Umbisa will be on a Pentecost card. And that's Umbisa will be on a Nasrullah mosque card. So why are you asking me for a card? And then we are accepting that status quo. We are basically accepting to box ourselves into a social status. Basically, is what we'll be doing.
But I can't accept that.
No, I don't think so.
I think that we have to understand that we have the same rights as every citizen. You know what I'm saying? Of Ghana, including those on the so-called pedestal. So we are not different from anybody. So long as we are Ghanaian citizens, we are entitled to all the rights and privileges of the Constitution of Ghana, and that includes the fact that have a right to our children have a right to education. So we should not be in a category where you could tell me, say, because I have locks, I have to prove, say, Abi Rasta before you go admit me into the school. But I also want to touch, I've been waiting to say that I think that we also need to look at the structure that we have in place for dues collection, right? And see what kind of revision we can do to that structure, because if plenty of people are not paying dues, then I think that the structure is what we need to be looking at. How are the people members by the same time not paying dues? So I think we don't have to talk about it today, but it's something that we need to consider how we go fit put an effective structure in place where you go fit chase everybody and make sure that at least we come as close to possible of majority people paying dues and stuff like that. Now, those of you who are abroad, you may vex with me a little bit, but it's okay for you to vex with me, at least just for today. I think that those abroad should pay just a little bit more.
No, you talk real, man. You talk truth. It's truth, man. No vexing about that.
Rastafari. Yes, Wakasa.
Just
no. To be honest with you, I was thinking along the same lines because
give thanks.
yes, it's let the aged be. It's coming now. It's coming now, basically, and to whom much is given, much is expected. To be honest with you, and now, one brother mentioned say, "Obi betimi abanebia oniska."
Right.
And if as Rastafari say sika ebeye the basis for one joining, I don't. Again, it's a problem there. So, but we still need money,
True.
So, like, yes, those who can, we say, should just carry a little bit more of the load. I totally agree with that.
Isis.
Yes, sir.
It's the truth, man.
So, on this issue of joining fee and annual fees, like Prof is suggesting, we could make the joining fee, one-time joining fee, 100 cedis, and then domestic, we look at 240, so that 20 times 12 comes up to 240. And then the appropriate committee looks at a mechanism to ensure that these dues are collected. And then for the international members, the brethren them abroad, y'all can propose something and then we deal with that. We're on Article 2, and the document has, I think, 9 articles or so.
So let's stay on it.
Yeah,
So,
we have an hour and 15 minutes to go through the whole document. And then 7 will take all this feedback and put it in. So he has said already, if we could stay on script, that'd be awesome.
So we move on to Article 2 now. There's a point about the council reserves the right to periodically review fees and dues to reflect operational needs and economic conditions. I think that'd be the thing we do right now.
Yeah.
Conventions, elections, installations, and meetings. Section 6, Triennial Convention. The council shall convene a triennial convention on November 2nd to assess its operations, review achievements, and set strategic priorities for the next 3-year period. Any thoughts on that? Is that happening?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can I say something on it?
Yes, Rasta.
I'm operating from the point of not knowing a little bit, but is there any way that the convention can be before November 2nd and not on the day itself?
Yeah, okay. So why was it chosen? Why was November 2nd chosen?
So that's the aspiration, but realistically, we've been using the annual conferences to do these sort of annual updates and then possibly look at what you call it. So based on what Prof is saying, because 2nd November, so I don't know if we could flip it to the annual conference, which happens on or in the week of March 2.
Okay.
That's my thought as a follow-up to what Prof said.
Well, I want to. So I think that it's great to have it close to one of the major, days that we celebrate. And I think November 2nd is good. But I think even the convention can happen as a lead up to kind of pump people up to the November 2nd itself. So maybe it could be a week before the November 2nd or something to that nature, or a day before if possible, but maybe the weekend before November 2nd or something like that.
Any thoughts?
Greetings. I think I also support the one close to the conference at once, so that it wouldn't be like too many events at the same time. Even though it's good to also use it to push up the 2nd November event, but as we are doing the March thing as an annual something already, and it's also a great event. It's the Battle of Adua, or Ajua. So I think we should just, well, that is also my thought. So we are listening.
Rastafari. Yeah, I think the 6 and 7 are tied together. So whatever the decision we make at 6 will affect 7. The purpose for the triennial convention is to hold elections. And it's supposedly, elections are supposed to be every 3 years. And so at the said convention, there will be general elections for executive positions. So I think the Yes, in fixing the date. As for the conference, we know we hold it annually, unless we want to say that the third after every 3 conferences, we will hold a third election, so that there may not be need for a triennial convention again in November, when the function is moved to the 2nd March event. Give thanks.
So if it's tied to the next one, we could go to the next one, and I want, like, let's see. I want say maybe if you could give us some angle on why there've not been any elections for quite a while, right? A lot of 3-year periods have passed, right? Have there been elections? Has that the idea there work, or do we have to reword something to make it more practical? You know.
If you ask me, what would be practical would be to align it with the annual conference, because I think since this is the 11th conference we're going into, that means since 2014, we have consistently been holding conference every year, but have failed to have a triennial convention in November for the purposes of an election. So since we're doing conference, and it's something that it appears we're very committed to doing every year, would it be possible such that every third, what you call it, conference would then have an election as a component? Would that be practical? Based on our experience over the years and the fact that we've not been able to have one single election. And then, Royal, you've been on the front line all these years, so I believe you'll have some thoughts on why no election so far. And then Jamal come, give thanks. And President, to you too, you've been on the front line all these years, give thanks.
Yes, give thanks a lot. Yeah, so I second the proposal that the convention and others be held on to coincide with the triennial conference of the National Rastafari Conference of 2nd March. Yeah. And with respect to elections, we attempted one election set up. We did set up a committee, an electoral committee, Jabi, I think Empress Aymara, and a few others. And yeah, we tried getting a list of registered members, and it doesn't look like people step up. It doesn't look like like when we opened nominations, we announced that we wanted to take nominations. The community didn't seem ready to. Maybe if it's the process they are not very used to, or I don't know, but it didn't look like it's like as a Yebenya Bibi Pepe be free from the existing situation. So it looked like then the people the existing committee for is like hold the fort until so subsequently the idea of elections from the experience of the first one, because we did see if somebody to the hold somebody is in office where you give him the impression, say, another person they can't take office. Some people will feel relieved, but nobody too will show up to want to take up the office and to maybe na ho keka towards adwuma na be bibi kakra. Nti what we attempted is positions are yɛhwɛ a amanfoɔ anya adwuma no anaasɛ vacant no, we tried looking for people to fill. That nti ɛno na yɛatry sɛ ɛyɛ a yɛbɛyɛ da biara, but ɛm sɛ fam bi no ɛhɔ nom nso ahɔte ɛnyɛ adeɛ a yɛni kɔ ho, and currently we have a lot of vacant positions on the executive committee, and which is reflecting in most of the committee's work as well. Nti I'm saying elections. Yeah. So.
Jamal, come. You did there?
Yeah, yes, So I think Raskofia Asante said it all, that the enthusiasm is not there for people to put themselves across so that they can take up the mantle from where some of us actually brought it to. So maybe we need to whip up that enthusiasm so that we can actually encourage more new blood and more vitality into the council so that we can see people coming across to take up the roles. I think it will work best for the council.
So how do you think I think people have tried whipping up some enthusiasm out as well, right? So how differently do you think it has to be done?
Yeah. It's all because the inertia comes through from the membership. It actually creeps in with membership, how the membership, there's inertia in people getting on board. It's the same way it actually reflects on the getting people to undertake executive roles. So it's difficult to see how it can be approached. It's very difficult because.
But what would you wish? What do you want to see? What do you?
I want the existing body to be filled with new energies. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, like, and how do you want? What do you want? What do you want us to do so that will happen? You know, like you did the way they talk as somebody said, "Make we do this," so that we go figure the new thing. Which you want make we do.
Right. I believe it is the process that is going on now because with the constitutional review, etc., it should bring in some more energy. Yes, I believe this is the process. So the visibility should be enhanced as well. That is what it is. More social, now the internet is social media. There should be more social media visibility and yes, traction.
So like Jamal Com just said, this exercise we're undertaking is part of a process of revitalizing the Rastafari Council and then going forward, setting an agenda or a program that we can deal with, and it would be driven by the commissions. I like to applaud the Education Commission for the work it's doing. Ras Ejo and some of the brethren, them also ventured into agric. Although it didn't go well, some lessons have been learned. And I believe in 2026, there'll be a serious rebound there. Then the advocacy too has to come up with a program. And like Jam Malcolm said, the PR department will have to look at how we can leverage new media to do some of the work we need to do. I believe that once we finish this and we go to conference in March, we should be in the position to be grooming a next set of leaders who will take up the mantle appropriately. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Give thanks. So should we run through the electoral commission structure and see how whether it hold and
Yes,
procedure? All right.
Wow.
An electoral commission shall be established to oversee and conduct all council elections. The electoral commission shall consist of an electoral commissioner as a chairperson, a deputy electoral commissioner, and an electoral commission secretary. Members of the electoral commission shall be appointed and approved by the General Assembly. The commission shall call for nominations in April of an election year, assuming that November was going to be the thing, right? Nominations will be submitted.
We'll have to
change that, right?
Alter that to reflect the March.
Okay. So when we come back, you go for detail that you go for specify. The commission shall call for nominations in April of an election year. Nominations will be submitted to the commission secretary. The elections shall be conducted by secret ballot at a general meeting convened for this purpose. Nominations shall remain open for a period of 1 month to allow interested members to file their candidacy. Candidates must be members in good standing. Winning candidates shall be determined by simple majority vote. And then by elections, any vacancy arising from resignation, incapacity, or removal shall be filled through a by-election conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. By-elections must be held within 30 days of the vacancy being declared. Yeah, so far, has this been possible? Not yet, right? This hasn't been tried out yet, right?
Nah.
Okay. So do we need everything? It looks like it's asking for 3 people. Sounds like it looks good on paper, but how do you feel? Electoral commissioner, deputy, and then electoral commission secretary. Can we make it 2 people to man that?
Three standard.
It's 3 standard, right? With the secretary, okay. And then what else? What else can be done about it? So what do we keep? What do we change so that something will feel work?
No, this looks quite practical. Apart from changing the April to, I think it would be August in this case.
Okay.
April to November, I think, is 7 months. So March and drilling backwards would be August.
Okay. Yeah. So August the previous year, right?
That's right.
Okay. So yeah, it's your mouth for to say. What's more for the thing about the spot? That be say standard, right? So make we move on, or somebody want make we tweak out. So make we go section 7. Term of office. Elected officers shall serve a term of 3 years, except where no one else volunteers to be a candidate. No officer may serve more than 2 consecutive terms in the same position. Officers become eligible for re-election to the same position for a 1-term break. after a one-term break. In the event of a national crisis or extraordinary circumstance, the General Assembly may mandate the Executive Committee to extend its tenure by a period not exceeding 1 year. How does that sound, Manje?
Yes, I.
Falls in line, 3-year
Yeah.
term,
Yeah,
2 consecutive terms.
that's right.
Okay. So far, we haven't seen that yet, right? So it's tied to the whole strategy. We have to find a way to work the whole strategy. That's what you're saying.
Yes, I.
All right. Roscoe, if you want to say something.
No, Ras. There
Okay.
asked if we not come to this part yet. This is we're still the council will grow to the level where maybe it will feel like there are two people wanting the same position, so election will be necessary to determine who go fit. But currently, it looks like if we go look for people safe, come occupy space.
Okay. So, well, we keep it there, right? Or do you want to make we just remove them when we're ready to do that? We go put them in there, or make we keep them there?
If they make you guide us anytime.
Okay. Cool. So, frequency and mode of meetings. The General Council shall convene no fewer than 36 meetings over each 3-year period, with at least 1 meeting per month. The Executive Committee shall meet at least once prior to each General Council meeting. Meetings shall be both virtual and physical. So, how about that? How do I want to sound? 1 General Council meeting a month.
Yeah, it be something there. Okay, it be executive committee meeting rather we used to hold once a month.
Okay.
And the general, we said a general council shall convene. Yeah, so it was the executive meeting that we met. You say third system because we used to meet monthly.
Yeah.
We used to meet monthly as an executive committee, but the General Assembly was quarterly. So every 3 months, we used to go to the general platform to have meetings with. But by the time, it looks like that is something we must revisit, the monthly meetings.
Okay. The General Assembly every quarter, right? But how it be? Are you happy with how it be, or you want it to be thought about in another way?
Yeah, right. I think say the executive for meet monthly because it will the day-to-day running, and then the General Assembly like quarterly because the General Assembly members, most of them they belong to committees, and they are within the committees to. The committees go they meet monthly, they perform their so whatever general members for do will be ongoing without the monthly meeting. But quarterly when we meet, it will look like a review of committees' work and all that. But I think the executive committee is the one that must meet monthly. But most of the sometimes the agenda we set, we discuss it, and then we don't make follow-ups, and so especially at the executive level. So I think It's the executive committee monthly meeting that should be prioritized, and then the general council will meet quarterly.
Okay. That'll be cool. Mancheda, cool.
Yes, by me, Rasejo and Jamal come and
Yes.
President Kex today here, so if they have any views, it would be great. But you can still proceed while they get ready. Give thanks.
Okay. All right. So quorum requirements, section 10. The quorum of general council meetings shall consist of 2/3 of the registered members of the General Assembly, and the committee meetings shall require a simple majority of the respective committees members to continue a quorum. So that ties into that, right?
And the quorum for the General Council should not be 2/3 of registered members of the General Assembly for the quarterly meetings.
Okay, so what should it be?
So what it is if, let's say, you have 70 registered members, it would mean that you would need about about 50 to be in a meeting. And I would say that based on experience, that'd be a tall order. So maybe instead of making it 2/3, because these meetings would be publicized. So if you do not participate, the assumption is it would be for a good reason. So that, let's say, if 1/3 of the 70 people, that is 25 or so, make it to the meeting, because 2/3 couldn't make it, then it would make the meeting null. So I want us to consider that particular quorum number.
Can you suggest any number? And then maybe we go take that, we go think about that.
So that's what I had said. Maybe instead of 2/3, if there is a third, would that
1/3,
be
right?
Okay. Yeah, would that be reasonable?
Yeah. This one you go important say people for think about it more. Yeah, Charlie. Jabby love it, what you think? Or anybody want to say something like 1/3 of the people?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yes, right. Like Daddy B talked about from his experience. Sometimes, if the quorum will be possible, say you go remove them. Like you go remove them, because sometimes when you need people to do work, it's just a handful of people go avail themselves. You see, say we the register people where they are in need, where they come to become members. Maybe say they really about the day-to-day running of the council. And so the membership more like majority no really they participate. So if you set a quorum too high, it will affect your ability to do things. The absence of the majority it will affect the minority who want to do things. See, the 1/3, if it, if it be practical, it be good, but sometimes I know say we know they get even on the executive page, you know we get 1/3 to, but you forget something and some. So if it be possible, we go cover them in a way say, yeah, the committed people they will avail themselves, they will take decision on behalf, and maybe in some way it go look like it will affect decision making to some extent. But the quorum thing sometimes it delay the
Bureaucracy. Yeah, okay,
yeah.
so Daddy B, please, what you think about that?
So what it is after this exercise, it means that we're getting into a new phase of functioning, and it would mean that our ways of doing things, like you mentioned earlier, there's the need for a reorientation of everybody, so that when we say we're going to do these things, it would mean that we'll have to be committed to doing them. On the issue of quorum, you see, so a constitution is a legal document that, if push comes to shove, it is the basis for what you're doing, and the language of constitution for groups like us, let me put it that way, organizations and associations, requires quorum. So that it's not like in the name of the association, two people go and take a decision and then they say it's legitimate. But if your constitution says, look, for us, if 1/3 of our general membership, or if the executive, a quorum of the executive takes a decision, it's legally binding on the association, then, so that's why you put such things in constitutions or bylaws of groups. And that's why in our constitution, there's the need for a quorum to be established, where we say, okay, in our case, our quorum is this, and once we say our quorum is 1/3 of the registered members, and when it comes to committee meetings, like how you're saying executive, it will mean a simple majority of the respective committees members. If you look at the committees, so for example, the executive committee we have here is made up of 8 people. So a simple majority of this will be 5. For some of the committees and things, it is 3 people or 4 people. So, for instance, if you look at the membership committee, it is the chairperson, the PR, and the organizing secretary, which is, I believe, the national organizer, the comms person, and the administrator. So of these 3 people, if there's a decision they need to take and 2 of them take it, and they present it to the executive as their recommendation, 5 of the executive would then form a legal quorum. Let me put it that way. So, Royal, I beg, that's why, and so that's why we have to, based on our experience, craft our quorum such that it would be feasible. You get it?
So feasible and legal too, right? But is the 1/3 feasible? That's what you're saying. Are you looking at? You're saying, based on what you're saying, you just see the 1/3 as feasible, right?
Because on the RCG membership platform, I think we have like 49 people there. Royal, correct me if I'm wrong. If you have 49 people, then you're looking at 1/3 of 49. That places you somewhere like maybe 15 or 16. and that's not too difficult a number to mobilize out of the 49 people. That's the assumption I'm working on. Give thanks.
Give thanks. But every time I'll say it'd be tricky, we'll evolve the position. I mean, maybe alter the wording a little bit when we start actually doing it.
So that is one of the things when it comes to the amendment process.
Yeah.
This constitution.
Yes.
This one is proposing a more flexible pathway to amendment. I think this one places the responsibility on the executive when it comes to the amendment process, whereas in the one we're running now, the amendment process has to go to the what you call it, General Assembly or so, But this one, it's saying a written proposal will be submitted to the executive committee, discussed and voted on. A 2/3 majority is required for it to pass as an amendment. And then council members can vote by proxy or something like that. But here now, of the 8-member executive committee, the 2/3 majority would then be like 6 or so or 7, that kind of thing. Yeah. Give thanks.
Let's give thanks. So committees and commissions, we have executive committee, which is the president, the vice president, the administrator, general secretary, organizing secretary, the public relations director, financial secretary, and women's commissioner. And the council of elders will serve as an advisory body. And then we go have the patrons too. And duties of the executive members: interdependence. All positions and activities are positively entangled and must function together. So the chairperson, that's the president, presides over meetings and signs official documents, articulate and ensure RCG policy framework is adhered to, appoint committees and commissions with executive approval, convene special meetings in the general interest of the RCG, be an ex-officio member of all committees, coordinate the activities of all commissions, represent RCG at public functions and alliances, require executive members to consult him or her before major decisions, and deliver an annual report on RCG status after every 11 months. Any thoughts? This is why we'll go to somebody go talk before that bill. How does it sound in your ear? Then we go ask Daddy B after that. Like, are those the things you expect of the president?
So, although you say folks should talk before me, I want to share some practical leadership experiences I've acquired along the way.
Okay.
So currently in the Musicians Union of Ghana, and in many other organizations, this is how it is set out, where the chairperson or the president is loaded with specific duties. And when you come to the vice, he's giving 3 lines, standing for the president when he's not there. Basically, that's what it is, standing for the president when he's not there, and then carry out tasks assigned. So, for example, people now, so Reverend Austin will come up to me and say, so what he actually is that the vice president, when you go further into the musical constitution, you realize that he is supposed to be the chairman of the administration and finance committee. So what am I saying? I'm saying that, for example, the task of coordinating activities of all commissions, that can be a task specifically assigned to a vice president, you know, so that the vice knows that, look, yes, in addition to assuming the chairpersons, whatever this, I have a specific task of working with the commissions to ensure that, what you call it, goals are met, objectives are achieved. You get it?
Yeah. Sounds good to me. But
And then, in addition to that role of coordination, is there any other duty that can be assigned specifically to the vice? So those are my thoughts, initial thoughts. Thank you.
yeah, good thanks. That's why I know I ask you first, because I know say you go start offload the things, but no, really, no, they appreciate that because it's more practical too, you know, make the two forces fire on two cylinders kind of thing. So yeah, wait till people to think, wait till we for put there, wait till we for move, like Daddy B said, wait till we go feel move from the president inside, go put for the vice president inside.
While folks are preparing to come in, the role of administrator as well, I believe that apart from monitoring and ensuring smooth coordination of executive activities, the day-to-day functioning of the council should also be added to the work of the administrator, so that it's not just like coordinating executive work, but actually in the day-to-day, you know, so for example, correspondence, you know, so day-to-day coordination, or what you call it, of the council, and then specifically in the area of correspondence.
Okay.
Somebody will say, isn't that the secretary's work? But if you look at the secretary's duties as spelled out, file reports and communications, I don't know if that captures the correspondence matter, but I figured that if we could make it the admin's work, I think that also be helpful.
That's what people like something you to do already, right?
Yes, sure.
So it falls in line, right? So that be saying daily, like we go for say the daily, basically the daily operations, right? Including correspondence. If you list some of the things where you look at that from your angle, where you know they're here.
Quick question. We're still
Yes.
there on the vice president, right?
Yeah, then we see how we go to distribute some of the things. But I'd be like, what we just did work with, we didn't take it direct from the president. Like we didn't distribute some things from the president to other places.
Or not to the vice president?
I think we get one there. You want pull another one?
Well, the one I was thinking about, that could be to the vice president, be where it says coordinate the activities of all commissions. But I don't know what item think about that.
Yeah, go ahead. So you think that for being a role, right?
Say it again.
So UDC say that would be the vice president in role, right?
I think that could be moved to the vice president to take some.
Definitely. I think Daddy B said that too.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Any other one you see there where you want
That was my first choice. The other one, which I thought about, was the appoint committees and commissions. But that would mean that if the vice president is the one appointing, then they will have to come back to the president and seek the president's final approval. Right.
Yeah. So how does that is it doable? Is it going to become bureaucracy again?
Yeah, that's why, I think that the president should hold on to that one.
Okay.
But then the coordination can go to the vice president. And I really think the vice president should also work on the annual report.
Good. I'll agree with you, but Daddy B, how you feel?
Yeah, that'd be a good exercise. Because basically the vice is supposed to be able to, as it were, perform the duties of the president in the president's absence. So that'd be a good, exercise for the vice to perform.
So he check out the yearly activities, put them together and present them.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Anything else? Anything else we go pull from the president's side and put down for some other side?
I think in the absence of anything for now, we can move on.
We'll move on, right? Okay. So far we looked at the vice presidents, coordinate the activities of all commissions, assume the chairperson's functions in their absence, preside at meetings when delegated, annual report on RCG status after 11 months, and then carry out tasks assigned by the executive committee. So the administrator, is to ensure monitor and ensure smooth coordination of executive activities and daily correspondence. Is there anything else before add? Daily correspondence, daily activities, operations. Rascofi, you go fit say something where you think say we leave out, or you want make we say I'm somewhere.
As I think say the correspondence bit and coordinate activities, I think say it captures enough responsibilities for admin already.
Yeah, you're the wrong person to ask, right?
No, I mean
no, but I didn't understand. I know say your load heavy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think say if you add that bit, because if you look at what the VIP they do, president they do, as a BBI, near says yeah, no, as a BBI, secretary and so on, yes,
Administrator general looking like a kitty view, but we just don't get the words to. I mean, we know expand down to the different things, But if anything come up, anybody make we talk about it too, so that we go feed have something concrete. So the general secretary to keep accurate minutes and organizational records, maintain membership lists, safeguard RCG seal and official documents, file reports. Yes.
I'm so sorry. Who be the administrator right now?
Rascofi.
And who be the general secretary?
I don't know. Rasco, somebody go fit. Tell us.
Yeah, so that office it'll be vacant now because one virgin, our substantive, he have some issues way back down. We try replace him and the replacement to they avail himself to the work. So as of now, it looks vacant.
Bro,
All right. Yes,
you
sir.
see where you go fit connect the two offices?
Yes, that's what I did.
Because basically that's what Rascofi is doing already. Or?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, give thanks. Okay.
True, I am.
Yes. So any input, anything we will think about?
No, trot on.
All right. Organizing secretary. You say be national secretary, right? Which one do you prefer? Which one they do the thing with for if you want me to do, Manche? Organizing secretary or national secretary?
So I was actually proposing national organizer.
National organizer. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's a clear distinction that it's not organizing secretary, then it's like another secretary doing some secretary work.
Okay.
More
I see
practical
what
organizing and picking up the phone and mobilizing the boots on the ground, those kind of things.
Yeah. As you're saying right now, she said that he coordinates executive and general meetings and collaborates with commissions on event organization. Is that like inside these two? Do you see that? Is it saying that for you, Anja?
I'm saying we should add one component of mobilization.
Okay.
So that when it comes to certain things, he's like the chief mobilizer, has to be there on the ground.
Okay. Anything else? Preskex.
Please go on.
All right. Public Relations Director. Inform the public of RCG's aims and activities. Constantly clarify and advance RCG policies. Work with advocacy commission in liaison with government and media. Plan publicity campaigns, press releases and media strategies. Engage with the media. Organize press conferences and public events. Analyze and report media coverage. So, yes.
My small problem with the whole issue is that we are sharing the positions and we don't have people to occupy the positions. We need to really get some people who will be sacrificing for volunteering to do the work, because the positions are more than the number of people we have now to act. If you have something like this, it's been more than 3 jobs, because even that advocacy side, even though I'm chairing there, he's more like the one who coordinates things there. So we need more hands. If we can get some people to take on, and then we can really do the sharing well.
True. Right now, we just look at the function, like the things where the people go do, so that when they come in, it's clear, say this be what did they do, Yeah. So and some of the like this one. So how you feel? You know, like I think suggests the reason about like for the particular role, like public relations director. So it inform the public of the RCG's aims and activities. And right now we have people that go to do that. Constantly clarify and advance RCG policies. Work with advocacy commission in liaising with the government and media. Plan publicity campaigns, press releases, and media strategies, engage with the media, organize press conferences and public events, analyze and read and report media coverage. So, what do you think?
Yes, King, we could go on. Oh, Prof, they talk.
No, cool. I was gonna say the same thing. Like I think those are all in line with the public relations mandate.
All right. Women's Commission. Lead and coordinate the Women's Commission. And the other two Bible say no woman speak, or where were they here to speak for them, Charlie?
You know,
ensure meaningful female involvement, participation in steering RCG activities. Yeah, Prof, they need to say something.
Yeah. I'm saying something along the same lines. Like I think that, you know, the Women's Commission mandate, I see that there is something in here, lead and coordinate the Women's Commission.
Mm-hmm.
Also ensure meaningful female involvement / participation.
In steering.
Yeah, and I think this is key, right? Because I don't know if we have seen that in terms of participation in steering RCG activities. I may be wrong, you know, but if that's the mandate, that's fine with me. But it needs to be actualized, just as the other commission, you know. And I think to Keck's point, we may have some labor shortage, and we need to see, because this is not just a matter of just creating the positions, which is good, because then when somebody step into it, they know exactly what their mandates be. But we also need people where they will commit to themselves, say, okay, if I be the women's commissioner, this is my mandate, and I need to effect it.
Yeah. We'd love to hear what president has to say, you know, Manche and President them, because you've dealt with this, you know, for a while, you know, and Roscoe and John Malcolm, you know, what you think be the thing way to make that situation like that. But maybe we're going, I think we will come back to each commission and maybe we'll talk about that. Or
Sure.
Yeah. Financial Secretary, receipt and deposit all RCG funds within 24 hours. Make disbursements only on executive committee orders. Present monthly financial reports, digital or hard copy. Then is that good?
Yes, Russ. I think it's good.
Yes, I.
Structure and expectations. Membership committee. Leadership. So the chair of that committee, the public relations director, and he'll be national organizer. Mandate expand and regulate RCG membership. And the functions will be to vet membership applications, clarify RCG policies to the new membership, which I think will be the first thing, and collaborate with the Economic Commission to build and make available and accessible data of members, occupations, and skills to foster job creation. I think this be something Brethren suggested a while back. At least I heard Prof. Wiro say it before too, that if we have a database of something will be accessible to of members and what did they do, you know, so that people go, if someone needs someone to do something, they can just go there and say, hey, or if someone gets something to offer, you know, to someone, there we go fit do on. But anything we go fit do to make the thing more real, more solid for this place, membership committee?
I think it pretty much covers what we want to do with the membership committee. It is the collaboration with the Economics Commission that I want to go to, where the Economics Commission, could it be chaired by the vice
president?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there you have the treasurer, and so there you would have the treasurer and the administrator instead of the treasurer and the financial secretary. There you'll have the vice chairman or the vice president, the administrator, and then the treasurer.
Okay. Working on the membership.
Financial secretary.
No, economics.
Oh, economics. Okay. So instead of chairperson.
So I'm saying that the chairperson should be the vice chairman.
Oh, automatic. Okay, cool.
And then there you'll have the financial secretary / treasurer and the administrator.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. So the mandate over there is constantly engage in funds generating activity, facilitate job opportunities, and guarantee financial stability for RCG projects, ensuring funds never obstruct progress. Yeah, we all know say that be the ideal, right? But we're trying to make that be the way we operate, right? So how we feel about the mandate?
Yeah, it's in order.
Okay. And the functions: collaborate with membership committee to maintain an accessible database of members and occupations to connect members to available job opportunities, goods, and services. Then following conversations with you, Manche and Profiro and, Idrins, organize monthly markets, including pop-up markets featuring Rastafari works and wares. Create a database of relevant funding sources and engage in fundraising related economic ventures, marketing, and grant writing. Develop relationships with and submit timely proposals to donors. Maintain transparent banking and biannual reconciliations. Approve budgets, ensure proper fund usage. Facilitate member contributions and pledges. Appoint independent auditors for annual financial review. Okay, so this one, yes. Manche, how do you read?
Yeah, good.
Everything in place?
Yeah, man.
Advocacy Commission. Leadership, chairperson, secretary, coordinator.
So when you say secretary and coordinator, what you have in mind?
I don't know. I was just working with what was there. If we go fit trim them down to one person, no, then the assumption be say there's a secretary and there's a coordinator there. So it's like they demand the place, right?
Let's do it. Chairperson, national organizer, and administrator. And then for all the commissions, they should have the power to co-opt people. You understand? So,
yes.
For instance, the Advocacy Commission, as we have it right now, is led by President Kex. And then, like he said, he works closely with, Royal, and I'm suggesting that we add the national organizer. And then this commission can co-opt other people to come on board as well from time to time to maybe do specific projects or tasks. And let's not forget to make provision for the establishment of ad hoc committees. You know, Jah Beloved mentioned it earlier, but I don't know if you've captured it in your notes to make it.
Yes, I have, and I think that's brilliant. It goes with the co-opting plan that you've come up with, the co-opting strategy, you know.
So
I think
that
it's perfect.
at the end of all the commissions, when you finish with education, commission, publicity, and everything, then you would have some wording that, what you call it, ad hoc committees may be formed from time to time, you know, that kind of thing. And then the RCG Secretariat, another thing is a task for the administrator. It's the administrator who oversees the operations of the RCG Secretariat.
Okay.
So please, if you could pencil that under the duties of the, what you call it?
Administrator.
Thank you very much.
All right. See the secretariat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
Yes. I think the proposal for the advocacy committee to include the national organizer, I think the PR director will serve a better purpose than the national organizer, since the advocacy work requires huge media participation and all that. So I'm suggesting if it sits with Daddy B, or I want to know what he thinks about.
Oh, it will be complementary, I think. I think it will be good to add the PR there as well. Give thanks.
The PR role will become central to a lot of things.
Yeah, because the work of the commissions have to be publicized.
Exactly.
And what it is so today we're looking at this capacity, but as part of the things we need to do going forward is a recruitment drive. As we're speaking, Royal has added two very, quite industrious youth to the platform, so I believe that we should be able to, what you call it. And the other day I was thinking that the office we are chasing at Musiga, if we're able to secure it, hopefully after Christmas, we should be able to get it. Once the ministry allocates the national service people to Musiga and the Ghana Culture Forum, if we have the office, I believe the admin can be able to have a conversation, or we can have a conversation with whichever national service persons are available in the building to pay attention to our office once we set it up, So let us look at these committees and commissions, and then in developing them, we make provision for, let's say, deploying volunteers or additional people from time to time. Thank you.
Thank you. So back to advocacy, you say we should just have the chairperson and one of the.
Then
can you go over what you said?
Admin, PR,
okay.
and national organizer.
Okay.
Rastafari.
Yes, no.
I want to say that it will be also great to at least state how many visits that the Advocacy Commission can make to the mansions from time to time, right? So frequent visits is a little bit broad. maybe if when they say, like visit each mansion once every 6 months or something, some
Okay.
kind of specificity in that regard.
So 6 months due would
I just threw that out there because
cool.
right
Let's
now I
use it
don't
as a
know
game.
if but it
Or
could be
should it
less
be 3?
if people, I don't know if it's happening right now.
Yeah.
So 3 months would be great, but if not, then
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we could do at least twice a year, at least twice a
Okay.
year.
All right. I like
Okay.
that too.
And like if we put on for some calendar where we know say it's a fixed thing, right? Where we say every day I will go say Charlie for do 2, so make we do 1 right now. Right.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
one of the things going forward would be that once we finish this and we look at what manpower we have, then we would invite the various commissions to bring forward, what their plan for the next year would be, so that at least we could integrate all this and allow for, better coordination and everything. Give thanks. Seven,
Yeah, go ahead.
Madon.
Okay. So the details of advocacy we've gone through. Have we gone through now? Okay, so actively synergize with Rastafari formations and defend and promote Rastafari rights and interest in society. Visit twice a year or make calls to consult mansions to exchange input and create collaborative opportunities and update each other on concerns and projects. Advance RCG policies. Recruit new membership and general outreach, or recruiting new membership and general outreach. Work with the Publicity Commission to initiate, sustain, and realize the aims of projects. Engage governments and other institutions to advance Rastafari interests. Issue statements, letters, and interventions on urgent issues. Organize monthly presentations and project updates. And project updates in collaboration with the Education Commission. So, yeah, we look at them and see how if we touch them small.
Press along.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Women's Commission. So the leadership, there we have the chairperson and the secretary. What do you think? That good?
So
Okay,
it
the man.
means that the commission itself will appoint one of their own as the secretary, right?
How you feel? Is it doable?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the kind of structure they have now, something like that.
Cool.
They also
You say they have
a PR.
Okay, so that is very interesting. So right there, he go to work with this the PR here too, right? The other PR we just talked about, right? So actively through that, then we're connected with the Women's Commission in terms of activity. I think that will be the need, right? So should I add a PR to it, or we should just choose one? Because should we choose a PR
No, but that one is like the internal, what you call it,
decision?
arrangement.
Yeah, we have a 3-member committee
Okay.
for the Women's Commission. So, and then I don't know if we are trying to reduce it to 2.
No.
Keep it like that.
Yeah, I think that 3 is 2.
Good.
What it is I
man,
believe that within themselves, they might even have a treasurer and all that. You know,
So we leave it open, like you say, they produce something internally.
because what it is that's why at the end of all this, you need to indicate that people can be co-opted to work with commissions and committees as and when necessary.
True. Yeah, so the mandate is to empower and mobilize women within the RCG. That's for me, because it's not just within, right? So we for tweak that small within the RCG, and still they have to interact with people. So definitely for bring that energy there, right? People that know they are the RCG. So
Yeah,
how you
man.
want them?
Because what it is but they basically they'll be leading on the women front. So in addition to the first bullet, which is workshops, economic activities, and capacity building and all that, advancing RCG policies definitely within the forums in which they will be engaging, and then also fundraising activities and things. Yes, we will have a central fundraising committee, but my understanding here is that they will be expected to play a leadership role in those exercises. Yeah.
Thanks. So make we detail the functions and then look at it. They'll host workshops on economic ventures, health, and African women's relevant historical and contemporary actions and ideas, advance RCG policies, lead RCG donation programs and fundraising projects, organize monthly activities and presentations with invited resource persons, and collaborate with advocacy, youth, publicity, and education commissions to advance RCG interests. Anything that's missing, anything that before work on.
I think it's good.
Good.
Yes, Ras, I
Youth
think
Commission. Okay, Youth Commission. So leadership, we're looking at chairperson and a secretary. What you think? Are good? The mandate is to facilitate access to opportunities and knowledge and work for Rastafari youth. How does that sound? Is that their mandate? Is that it? Or is there something where, we'd overlook?
I think there should be something in there for interaction, as well.
Yeah. Interacting with the public.
Interacting with...
Or say something.
Interacting with other Rastafari youths across the country, even internationally as well.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
So they go fit, even if they have like once a year they go fit meet or whatever online and also in person or whatever. Just some kind of interaction among the youths.
Yeah.
And then even I also want to say that some of these
do we need to
Now I was gonna say that
please go ahead.
Once a while they can also lead the meetings and stuff that way they do. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
As a way of orienting into how things work and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. So the interactions we're talking about here, it could be conferences.
Yeah.
Right? It could be, are we looking like things like that, right? Your own thing when they meet, where they reason on some things and decide on some things, share some ideas. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And do we decide on how often it will happen? If we have something on paper, what do we go have?
At least once a year.
Yearly or twice a year?
At least an annual for starters.
Right.
Okay. Okay. So the functions, connect youths to job training and counseling, constantly explore possibilities to advance RCG policies, collaborate with publicity and education commissions for youth-centered knowledge production, and regularly organize youth events in person or virtually, including new idea showcases. So yeah, we're tie writing today a mandate like that. Yeah, how am I for the feel?
Yeah, it's okay by me.
The Cultural Commission, leadership, the chair and the secretary. How that sound? Mandate, preserve,
Yeah,
evolve, and
good.
okay. Yeah, you to say.
They say yeah, Ras.
Okay. Preserve, evolve, and produce Rastafarian African culture. And the functions will be organize cultural events, music exhibition shows, music exhibitions and shows, articulate and advance RCG policies, oversee cultural production like literature, film, media, and other artistic expression, work with publicity, advocacy, and education commissions in hosting monthly in-person or virtual cultural presentations. So, say that the RCG have a functioning cultural commission, right? Something their way to do something already.
Yeah, but original, but it's out of town. What I'll say,
Okay. So does this read okay for?
I'm coming. For me, hosting monthly in-person or virtual cultural presentations would be too demanding. Let's not forget that
Okay.
manpower is what you call it. So I'll suggest that maybe instead of a
Limited.
monthly, let's say a quarterly. And then as we build capacity, then we can add a few more months. But for now, at least quarterly would mean that then the Culture Commission knows that they have at least 4 events to organize. Would it be virtual, maybe 2 virtual and 2 in person or something? This idea of exhibition, for example, I was telling Jamali the other day that for the 11th conference in Kumasi, we should be able to have a mini photo exhibition, where over the years, even if for nothing at all, conference pictures over the past 10 years, we should be able to put in on a banner and inside the hall. I mean, but we should be able to put up a mini exhibition of a sort. So if the Culture Commission knows that at least for conference, they have to curate an exhibition. And then after conference, maybe they may have to do 2 or 3 more things for the rest of the year. Then it helps them plan and prepare, and we can all give the support that is needed. Give thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. So go on to the next one, or any
Yes,
input. Okay. International Relations Commission. This one make you see say we're not gonna forget some people to perform this function instead of create another thing. Chairperson, secretary. The mandate is to develop and advance the RCG as an internationalist formation. The RCG recognizes its position as a member of the RCC, or as Rastafari Continental Council, and shall actively engage with global Rastafari and Pan-Africanist organizations in relevant collaborative projects. The International Relations Officer, in collaboration with relevant commissions, shall cultivate and maintain robust relationships with through regular communication with Rastafari bodies globally. From a proactive posture, initiate and sustain projects anticipating situations to preempt predictable problems and create situations in line with the RCG aim, or the RCG's aim. Facilitate participation in international conferences, summits, and cooperative projects. Update the RCG on global developments relevant to African unity and Rastafari advancement. coordinate with the Publicity and Advocacy Commission on International Matters Affecting Rastafari Communities. The RCG is committed. Okay, the RCG is committed to contributing to continental and global unity and liberation of African peoples through strategic alliances and collaborative action. Do you think having a separate commission for that, and the idea of being able to fold some roles into certain things, can someone somewhere else take up this function?
So what it is this clearly something that a virgin in the diaspora will have to take up, so I think it's a necessary thing. Let's push on.
Okay. Here too we have the leadership is the chairperson and the secretary. What do you think?
Yeah, what it is since we've indicated that commissions will have the ability to add on, this is the basic framework that we can start.
We can just keep going with. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Education Commission, the leadership will be a chair and a coordinator. And the mandate is to provide educational resources and training for RCG members and the public, produce accessible educational materials, implement continuous educational programs and bi-weekly lectures, maintain an archive of educational resources, collaborate with all commissions to support knowledge-based projects. How do I understand?
Yeah, I wanted to say something, but I think because we have the Publicity Commission, it had to do with knowledge management and administration of the website.
Okay.
Yeah. But what you call it, the production of what you call it, and the implementation and maintenance of educational resources captures the knowledge management idea. It is the website that I know the Education Commission will have a role in ensuring that it is constantly updated.
Okay.
So you go to the Publicity, please. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe there'll be some collaboration someplace, but the Education Commission's responsibility is to make sure the website is up to date with material. That's what I'm hearing, right?
So what I was saying is that is more like a Publicity Commission function. However, like where you get to collaborate with advocacy on public presentations, I suggest it should be collaborate with advocacy and Education Commission, on public presentations, and because then the public presentations will cover the website.
Okay.
Because of public presentation.
Cool. So let's go through it quickly. Like leadership will be public relations director, organizing secretary, say a secretary, right? Manage their responsibilities to manage RCG public image and communications. And the functions will be to create and circulate flyers, media announcements, public service, public statements, host press and news conferences, foster relationships with media houses, national and international press, and collaborate with the Advocacy and Education Commission in public presentations. How you see that?
So the only thing I'll suggest is add, in addition to the flyers, maybe newsletter.
Okay. Yeah, that one to make it forward and make the fit for the website, right? When it's ready. They'll be digital, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah. All right. So the Welfare Commission, leadership, organizing secretary, that would have been the organizing national organizer and financial secretary. And we got treasurer there. Do we need both of them?
So it should be financial secretary / treasurer or
Slash.
treasurer, one of these two.
Okay.
And then ideally should be a rep of the Women's Commission.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Instead of 2 additional members, so that we know we're pushing the gender agenda.
Yes. So just to say Women's Commission rep, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or better still, let's make it a women's commissioner, so that if she's not available, she can delegate a rep.
Cool. Okay. And the mandate of the Welfare Commission will be to address health and welfare needs of RCG members, primarily, right?
Yeah,
and the
man.
functions we provide support for member mansions, organizations, and individuals. How does that sound?
Good.
Okay. Complaints and Grievances Committee. Leadership. You go chair, the women's commissions chair, administrator, and then the PRD. So, what do you think? So we have the public relations person, the administrator, the chair, and then the women's commissioner.
Yeah, man.
Or commission chair, okay. And the mandate is to resolve internal conflicts based on principles of African unity and liberation. If the Ubuntu we talked about earlier too, we go through, man. Yeah. And, the functions to hear complaints and grievances among members, clarify and advance RCG policies, render decisions with input from the president and at least one other executive member. What you think?
What I would suggest here is that, what you call it, because usually complaints would be turned to the committee from the executive. So I'll suggest that they make recommendations to the executive.
You to speak? Can you? I didn't hear you. Can you?
I finished.
Oh, okay. So
what I was saying was that instead of render decisions with input from president and at least one of the executive member, they should rather send their recommendations to the executive committee. Here I'm assuming that complaints and grievances would be channeled to them from the executive. I don't know how. So, for example, a typical complaint or grievance, what would be the process? So, I have a grievance against Royal Moses. How do I handle it?
So, I was thinking it would sound like you would go to whoever is in front of the committee, or even someone of them has to catch. If it's online, right? There's an exchange online. Someone just alerts anyone in the leadership here, right? Or maybe they themselves one of them go catch it, and then immediately they go tell the people, say, "Hey, we got to talk about this," and they know the context in which they do that. That's what I'm assuming, right?
Okay.
It'll be something where
Usually, for structured purposes, we should have a system where if I have a grievance against somebody, or if somebody perceives a grievance, I'm thinking there should be a channel that a person can approach and say, look, I think Charlie, you guys, you have to deal with this matter. Otherwise, what's his name? Jacquio. You send a text message with Charlie. But then once it is flagged, then it is reported and given to the committee, and then the committee takes it up, and
get it. But don't you think sometimes that could be a little bit late, because sometimes you can already see the smoke in the conversations online. That's where a lot of things could jump off now. For instance, I'm just saying, right? So sometimes you can see it right there. We don't have to wait till one of them comes over to say, I have a problem. Because maybe over there, they're ready to fight. Let's say somebody antagonizes them. They're not thinking about going to look for any, you know what I mean? The instinct is. But then someone else is always, often, as far as I've been able to observe, someone is there who's seeing it and saying, stop that, right? Now, that person is the one that's supposed to trigger this whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise we'll wait. And none of them will think they need that. They'll think it's just what they have to just work it out between themselves, you know.
I got you.
Yeah. So anyone can flag it.
Okay.
And then when it's flagged, it goes to the people we know deal with those things. And immediately they have to act on it too. So it doesn't fester.
So what I'm hearing is that there appears to be an issue on a platform.
Yes.
Somebody, an observer, should be able to flag it to the arbitration committee.
Love the word used. Now, then it's up to the arbitration committee to say this is worthy of our attention, right? All that is worked preemptively. We're trying to be, we don't want things to go bad. That's why we're doing this. So the people go fit decide, say, oh, child, this one I know serious. But I should say there are enough heads, enough wise people in there where they go fit see whether the team is worth it or not. And then we go work it out from there. You know.
Okay.
How you feel?
My last thing has to do with the naming of the committee.
Arbitration sounded nicer to me.
Yes. Can we do something like an arbitration, and maybe disciplinary, or maybe if we want to drop the discipline and
the
just
arbitration sounds enough to me. But he said, well, the discipline, yeah, Rastaman don't want to hear that though.
Yeah. So maybe
arbitration good.
Yeah. Arbitration.
Yeah. Rastaman's already disciplined as far as they know. Yes, yeah. Somebody could go on to the next one.
Yes, sir.
Okay. RCG Secretariat. So that's composed of the president, administrator, the public relations director, education chair, or reps.
What it is the what you call it, treasurer.
Okay.
Has to be in this loop.
Because?
Yeah, because the secretariat is where day-to-day things is sitting, and finance is definitely involved.
Okay.
So that's why I would suggest that in terms of the secretariat, what you call it has to be there.
Okay. Cool. Internal orientation and general communication. So that's the main thing.
Right.
Yes, please.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, somebody to say something on.
No, you can continue.
Okay.
Please.
And the functions be produce media and communications, clarifying and reinforcing RCG orientation. Like in line with policy. Clarify and advance RCG policies through all possible channels. Those are the two things over there. What do you think? Something we for add? Something we for modify?
Hello?
Yeah, Ras. Well, you've no other suggestion, I think say make we.
Yeah, maybe go on. Seven, you did it.
Are they here? You didn't hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry about that. Council of Elders. It'll be composed of elders who are actively committed to advancing the aims of the RCG. Tenure may be limited or for a lifetime. Mandate: serve as an advisory resource base, and their functions will be to share collective and individual counsel as situations arise. How that sound?
I like make I come in small.
Yes.
I don't know the time limit for this meeting, but make we make a part 3 so we go feel deliberate more into it next 2 weeks or so. Yeah. I think that's my suggestion now, because I think most of the members drop off now, and then I don't know. I appreciate your stamina though, but if we can work on it again next time. I don't know about what the rest of us say.
We're almost done though.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
I don't know how the rest of us feel. I'm ready to go with what the rest of us feel.
Yeah, what the rest of us feel, yeah.
I think
More to go, make we finish it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's push through. I mean, we're almost there.
Okay. All right. So we see the advisory role that they play, and that's okay to start with, right? A good thing, the function. Yeah. Collective and individual counsel. Okay. So basically it's commissions initiate and execute activities.
And the only thing I would suggest we consider there is the frequency of engagement. So will it be like at least once a year, meet between something like that? I don't know whether that has to come into the constitution. That could be a policy thing. You know what I mean?
Okay. So put something there tentatively, like how often, right?
That they need to meet with the executive at least once a year, something like that.
Okay. So let's go on. President. President. All commissions operate synergistically, like you're saying. Then we go talk about co-opting and ad hoc committees, right? Then the president administrator initiate projects and provide supplemental guidance to committees and commissions when necessary. Okay, so I think the vice president will have a role in that too. Okay, so discipline and conflict resolution. All members of the Rastafari Council of Ghana are expected to uphold the highest standards of conduct, unity, and service to the collective. Disputes and conflicts between members, organizations, and or within commissions shall first be addressed through mediation by the arbitration committee. The committee shall strive for resolution based on the principles of African unity, mutual respect, and overarching goals of the council, that is Ubuntu. In cases where resolution is not achieved, the matter shall be escalated to the executive committee for final decision making. Repeated acts of indiscipline, sabotage, or behavior contrary to the aims of the RCG may lead to suspension or expulsion as determined by the executive committee. So, and then articles 5, section 16 saying that's about resource ownership and management. Any material resources, funds, property, or intellectual products created under the auspices of the RCG shall remain the collective property of the council. The Economics Commission, in collaboration with the Treasurer and Financial Secretary, shall oversee transparent management, documentation, and use of such resources. Misappropriation or unauthorized use of RCG resources shall result in disciplinary action, including potential legal recourse. Then section 17, dissolution of the council shall only be dissolved by a unanimous decision of all member mansions, organizations, and representatives upon the recommendation of the executive committee, which means that it takes the recommendation of the executive committee. In the event of the dissolution, all debts and liabilities shall be settled. Remaining assets shall be distributed to align Pan-African, Rastafari, or community development organizations as agreed upon by the General Assembly. that the solution process shall be documented and archived for historical purposes. Is that good enough?
Yeah, for us.
Okay. Then the participation. Okay, so basically all members are expected to actively participate in council activities, contribute to projects, and uphold collective responsibilities. At this point, all exertions are unpaid, voluntary, like we already said. No participating members may have voting rights suspended at the discretion. Non-participating members may have voting rights suspended at the discretion of the executive committee. So these are like almost like punishment for not participating, right? How you feel? I mean, we could go on, or is it?
Yeah,
When you say non-participation, what do you mean?
So like the person did a thing inside when they do anything.
Like what?
Okay, so that's a good question, but I mean, right as soon as you said that, I started thinking about somebody where maybe he's expected to do something, right? In a role. Here they're talking about members, but actually in a role of like leadership who's not doing anything, right? But as far as the members, if they haven't committed to anything, then it's hard to say something. Right, unless we promote the idea, say, you know, once you join, they understand this clearly, say this or that. And also go tie into the question of, do they care if their voting rights are taken away from them? You know, so that's a good question. Like what, you know,
Right.
what should you think, Prof?
Well, I think say if it's something that is you know, for like office holders, then let's be specific about that.
Let's keep it to that, right? But
If
is
it's
that
for,
making the point? Because we're looking for participation from the membership too, right? The general membership.
yeah, but you
It
know,
shouldn't be coerced, right?
I don't know if we have to punish them if they're not participating.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe encouraging them to participate rather than
More that, right? More that. So, Manche, how you feel?
So it should be either persons who are not paid up. I think you are not paid up, then, you know, your voting right could be, you know, prescribed or something. But
Not
if you are
participating.
paid up, then,
Okay.
you know, so instead of non-participating, it could be
Non-paying.
unpaid or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So we go on to the next one. Recognition and distinguished service. Members who demonstrate exceptional service to the RCG and African liberation may be honored with public commendations or appointments as honorary members or advisors subject to executive committee approval. How you feel?
Positive, us.
yes, I positive.
And then communication and information sharing. All commissions, committees, and member organizations shall share reports, updates, and decisions with the administrator for proper record keeping and dissemination. And then transparency, information sharing, and accountability shall be core to all RCG operations. How'd that be? Cool?
Yes, I.
Okay. So observation of holy days. The council shall coordinate the celebration of Victory Day at the Battle of Adwa, Empress Menen's birthday, Haile Selassie's birthday, Peter Tosh Day, Coronation Day, Yamaneba Day, and where necessary, hold common events. How that be? How does it sound?
Why Peter Tosh Day and not Bob Marley Day?
Yeah,
What you said?
So
Bob
take out
Marley,
the
right?
Peter Tosh Day. Take out the Peter Tosh Day.
Who said that?
So I'm saying, why Peter Tosh Day and not Bob Marley Day, and not? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Not
I'm
really.
saying that let's put etc. so that it's not only limited to these ones, because I want to see Bob Marley Day too.
Me
and I want
too.
to see
I'm doing it.
Marcus Garvey
I'm doing
Day,
it.
and I want to see Leonard Howell Day. So, etc. will take care of everything.
Cool. But it will be interesting to hear what was it Manche that said that? Manche, you always say let's take out the torch.
Yeah.
No, I'd love us to talk about that.
Because you see, once you bring Peter Tosh Day, then you have to bring Bob Marley Day. Then you have to bring Kwame Nkrumah Day.
Nkrumah Day no day inside.
You know they here.
So make we leave everything to Selassie direct.
After Selassie's birthday, the coronation day, etc., like Prof is saying.
Okay. So leave out the Bob and Tosh. If we could leave one, then we will leave both.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Make we keep Nyamene there, or make we just add them to the ETC. Let's add them to the ETC for now.
Yes, please.
The reason why we use Peter Tosh is because of his
the ganja
fight for advocacy. I mean, for liberalization of ganja. And then moreover, Bob Marley have a day already, which is a worldwide people spend this day, and Peter doesn't have anything like that. So that is why we just
highlight that one. Thank you, Prince. Thank you.
I beg, make we keep it in the etc. column.
Okay. So, the amendments. The Constitution will be amended by the following procedure. A written proposal will be submitted to the Executive Committee, discussed and vetoed on. A 2/3 majority is required for it to pass as an amendment. Council members can exercise proxy voting. A modified constitution shall be immediately published to reflect the changes. How does that sound for the amendments?
Positive, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So the order of business, do we have to go through it, or that one is a set piece?
Looks like set to me. I mean.
Okay. The policy framework, is it something we have to discuss today, or we can just say that we have to have policies? Do we have to touch on what particular policies that we want to work? Because everything is sort of mapped out already. But
So,
do you think we have to discuss that?
I think for now we can schedule the policies part to next 2 weeks.
Okay.
I want to come back to the amendments.
Okay.
And I want to suggest that in 2 weeks when we meet, we should look at the amendment procedure.
Okay.
And check whether we don't need to add a next level. So what I'm suggesting is that once this, once this is done at the executive level, can it be taken to the General Assembly where it should pass with maybe a simple majority of assembly?
Okay.
You understand? So that, because like I'm saying, we're talking, so we know who is doing what now, today. But down the line, 5 years, 10 years, maybe we, the framers of this constitution, were not even alive. What it means is that if a simple majority of the executive, that is 5 executives, decide that let's change this constitution, they can change it.
Yes.
Do you understand?
Totally,
and
yeah.
It just means that automatically it is kosher. Whereas if the executive do what you call it, buy into the change, They would then have to go to General Assembly, and then a simple majority should be able to validate that decision. I don't know if the item overstanding.
No, but I get it. So you say it's better to do at the General Assembly, right? So
Yes,
that
that's the
almost like it
second
goes
layer.
to secure the what we have as a framework right now. More or
That's
less.
right.
Okay. Okay. How much for the field?
Cool. I think the proposal to try to flash it out in 2 weeks is also in order.
On point, yes. Yes. Charlie, thank you everybody for the presence. You know, as Nee was saying, the stamina and things, you know. Give thanks. Yeah,
We give thanks
important
to the
one.
eye, for leading the whole reasoning, Rasta.
Charlie, on here, wait till they say we do the thing together.
You know,
It
so
is-
we passed waiting. We passed like 5 hours, so we almost did 6 hours. So
Charlie, we all do the thing. We all keep the thing going like this. Charlie, this is some
Nothing work,
crucial
nothing
thing.
work. Give thanks, man.
Yeah, give thanks, Charlie. Press, Charlie Manche, Roscoe
Yes, sir.
Fee, you know, Charlie Malcolm,
Yes,
Charlie
sir.
Beloved, you know. I know some brethren there where they never talk selves. Yeah, so yeah, make we link again. Make we link and push on.
Yeah, it's safe for me. Give thanks
Yeah.
every time. Yeah, man.
Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Yeah, man, we give thanks.
Yes, press.
Rastafari.
Highly.